Live, but things are going a bit wonky. Don't know what's happening there. Hello, everyone. So, hopefully, this is quick. Don't want it to be too long. I normally say. Um, Most of what I want to say in the title and the information is there. When you read the poem, probably the most important words are INFJ. They are. The most important words in the poem are INFJ. Hi, Amy. How you both doing? Most important words are wise and found. And there's a key word in the poem, but you need all of them. One of them won't take you there. And you need to find a blaze. And you need to find Forrest. And it would have probably helped if you could work out who the real Forrest Fenn was. And Forrest said, I hope nobody ever finds out. So if you've been wise and found the blaze, and Forrest has gone alone in there. So Forrest has gone alone in it, and you have to begin it. Well, surely, if you begin something, you have to end something. And the whole point of it would have been to begin it where warm waters hold and end it if you've been wise and found the place. I'm sure most people agree with that. Hey, Nikki, how you doing? And I believe that 100%. And I believe 100% that Forrest gave everybody information that told you how to solve his poem. And people come up with all these wonderful ideas, theories, thoughts. Well, that in itself, lost in thought. Forrest said to me and everybody else, if you get lost, go back to the beginning. Oh, I'm lost in thought. Damn, I've got to go back to the beginning. Oh, I'm lost in thought. Damn, I've got to go back to the beginning. I would never get anywhere if he was lost. So Forrest made a statement that could tell people something about the chase. But the most important statement is in the poem. I'm waiting for you to think about it. From there, it's no place for the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Now, maybe I should go back to the beginning. Maybe I should go back to the beginning, because now I'm lost. From there, it's no place for the meek. Who would I trust? Who would I follow if I was meek? And I was certain that that person was telling me, I'll give you the answers. I'll give you the answers. You won't be able to do this. I will give you the answers. If you have faith in a maverick, I will give you the answers. Because from there, it's no place for the meek. Anybody who solved it, and I have proof, anybody who solved it, anybody who thinks that they are the lead dog, who thinks that they are the lead searcher, who thinks that they beat Forrest, was told in the poem, you need my help. I will give you the answers if you follow me, if you trust me, if you believe in me, if you just read me what the poem says, I will give you the answers. Nothing difficult about it. I will give you the answers. But don't go past this point. From there, it's no place for the meek. Follow your guide. Follow your teacher, and I will give you the answers. So once you go past from there, it's no place for the meek. You're on your own, and you are lost. And the poem says so. Once you take the wrong street, the poem says so. Ben is lost, the poem says so. So if you go past that place, that point, where there is a way to know if you're right or wrong, there is a way to know. And there's a way to know where warm waters hold. But Forrest will tell you, so you don't have to work it out. If you were blind enough to think that you could do it, if you were blind enough to think that you were going to beat Forrest, if you were blind enough to think that for you to think that you were the lead searcher, the top dog, guess what? There's 30 of you. You're all lead searchers. All of you. And you all found a chest that was in the thrill of the chase at Heritage Auction, which was Forrest's chest, which had gold in it, which is provable in the poem, which makes you right. You all found a chest, all of you, everybody. You found a chest because you went down your own path. It wasn't Forrest's path. He told you in the poem. Once you go past this point, you're on your own. I can't help you. But if you go back to the beginning, if you know where warm waters hold, if you know where I am, I went in it here. If you come back to me and follow me, I will guide you through the poem. Because Forrest was a good guide, he told us. A young guide. I am waiting patiently. Hey Tigger, how's it going? Hey Fively, hey Mary. Math works better than anything else. Okay, I'm just telling you. You're just proving my point. From there, it's no place for the meek. Anybody who thought they were better than Forrest, Forrest is the lead dog. No question. When you get the answers, no question. He told you everything and he knew everything. And he said, if you go past this point where there is a way to know if you're right or wrong, if you're going to follow anyone, then you need to follow Forrest. If you're going to believe you can do it on your own, then you will end up finding something. You will end up finding something. And you find a chest in a place where there are no trees that Forrest can sit under, where there is nowhere to hide, where there is no shade. You will find it on the east side of the map in Heritage. You will find a chest that was in the Thrill of the Chase book. You will find a chest that was at Heritage Auction. You will find a chest that has proof that it was Forrest's chest. You will find that you are right, and you will find that it has gold in it. But it has nothing to do with what Forrest was talking about, because you weren't listening. So Forrest gave us the answers. That's a given. He gave us the answers. And he asked us, let there be light. It's the other computer that I can read stuff if I need to, but I don't think I need to. So you were supposed to find Forrest. That's what he dared you to do. He dared you. He dared you. Find me. Read me. Find me. Read me what the poem says. Find me. Told you the answers. He told you the answers. I dare you to come and find me. Read me what the poem says. I dare you to come and find me. Read me what the poem says. Find me. Who do you find? Find me. You can find me to end it, but you need to be wise and found the blaze in order to know what the poem says, in order to read what the poem says, because that's all you had to do. Read me what the poem says. Don't tell me you found a chest. Don't tell me you found a chest. Don't tell me your name. Read me what the poem says. It's game over. Well, game over is the end. If you find Forrest, so as I have gone alone in there. Where did Forrest go? As above, so below. Where did Forrest go? If you begin it, there's only one way for it to finish. Has to end it. Has to end it. If you're going to begin something, has to end it. So if it ends at take the chest and go in peace, does that end it? No. Because you're still waiting, as Amy's just told us. I'm waiting patiently. See, the whole point was people used to go to Forrest's spot without even a mere thought that it was his. But you don't know where it was because you're looking for a chest. You weren't looking for a spot. And you weren't following Forrest. You were following your own thoughts, your own ideas, your own biases. Well, along comes Jack. And he tells you, don't be biased. Don't be biased. And it just so happens that the top of the poem, where Forrest tells you went alone in there, and tells you to follow 9 clues, and the 9 becomes an I, because the 9th letter is I. There's the word bis. That's no good to nobody, is it? Bis. But if you add a 1 to it, an O-N-E, it becomes bias. So don't follow your own bias. Go down the right street. This is where the street starts. This is where the street finishes. And this is where warm waters halt. But if you go down the wrong street, you end up lost, like Ben is lost at the top of the poem. And I could show you, but I haven't got the facilities to share. So Ben is lost. It's a true statement. If there's one thing that you're going to think about Ben, he's all about lost. I'm not saying he's lost in the poem or lost in the chase or whatever, but he's all about lost. It's a true statement. First stanza of the poem, right at the top. Lost. And Forrest says, if you get lost, go back to the beginning. Well, there's the street. There's the street. Follow the street. If you go the wrong way down the street, you end up lost. If you go the right way, you end up at warm waters halt. Maybe I better list the Forrest. Maybe I better understand where he went alone. Maybe I need to understand where I need to begin. I need to begin it. Oh, come to think of it, in that area there's a 9 that spells it. And Forrest went alone in it. Maybe I need to find it. And if it is the blaze and Forrest is in it, then Forrest is the blaze. So if I find Forrest, maybe I can tell Forrest I found him. Maybe I can tell Forrest I know who he is and I found him. Maybe. If I listen to Forrest, if I choose my own route, I'll end up lost. And I'll go to a place where I think I'm the lead dog, where I think I solved the poem, and I'm the only person that solved the poem, and I'm the only person that can have the correct poem. It's probably some meta somewhere. Probably Amy, sorry I'm missing it again. You had to find Forrest. I agree and disagree, Newman, but yeah, you had to find Forrest. There was one who found him. I wonder. The only reason you'll be faced with clamping inquiry is your insistence to damn the torpedoes and say, I've never said you're wrong. I've never once said anybody's wrong. I've said everybody's right. And that makes it impossible that everybody is right. So Forrest stipulated You don't need a right solve. You need a correct solve. You need a correct solve. You need a solve that is different than everybody else's. That's what you need. But different in the sense that you're not looking for a chest. I've said you're all right. It says you're right. You know the word heritage? Where that chest was? The chest, sorry. The chest was at Heritage. You're a smart man. You're a smart man, 5. You're a smart man. Why have you got a right solve if the chest was at Heritage Auction? If it was Forrest's chest, if it was the chest that was in the front of the chase that Jack specifically asked for, it's because in Heritage, it is right. You can spell right with the word heritage. So your answers, oh, Joe John says 5, you're wrong. I say he's right. I say he found the chest, and the chest was at Heritage. It got sold at Heritage, and it's Forrest chest, and it has the gold in, and it was the chest that was in the front of the chase, which is why, you know, it was precisely stated it was the chest that was in the front of the chase. And it's at the point where people think it's fraud, and that's where you're all going to be, lost. That's why you don't know anything, because Forrest said you would be lost. If you went past, no place for the meek. And where you would end up will be up the creek without a paddle. Forrest told you in the poem, along the east side of the poem, in the map. Everybody's there, everyone there, up the creek without a paddle, because they thought they could do this on their own. They didn't need Forrest. They didn't need Forrest. They were the lead dog. They were the lead searcher. They had the best solve. All 30 of them, 40 of them, 50 of them, however many there are, that think that their solve is correct. I don't know. It doesn't matter whether it's mathematical or not. It matters that you had to find Forrest, not a chest. You don't get it. Finding a chest was a lure. And you all found a chest, all of you. So you all found the lure. Great. But you didn't listen to Forrest. He said, following my footprints, following my footsteps. How would you find him? How would you find him? Following them footsteps, not in your own bias. And it doesn't matter whether I'm correct or not. It really doesn't. And it doesn't matter if you're correct or not. Whoever did this, whoever did it, will get what they deserve. And if you didn't, you'll get what you deserve. And everybody screaming that their solve is correct doesn't make them correct. And everybody who has people agreeing that their solve is correct doesn't make them correct. But one thing you can say for sure is you can't all be correct. It's impossible for you all to be correct. And yet you all believe 100% that your solve is correct, which is a good thing. You shouldn't have a solve if you don't believe in it. But you can't all be correct. So at least one person will be happy, and then the other 30 will be a little bit upset. But my understanding of the poem is that you should have listened to Forrest. That's my understanding of the poem. I had two choices. I could try and work this out on my own, and I could try and, I don't know, beat Forrest. Or I could listen to what Forrest said, because he told us how to solve his poem, and that would give me the answer. So I chose the second one. Tiga Kiwi. Hi Kiwi, how's it going? Tiga back. What's up, 5? Joe Nicky. That's almost a good name. Enjoying the weather. My weather's different than yours, but hey there. If you had other first poem clues telling you to do that, it doesn't matter. The clues, the hints and the clues were given to you in the book, in the scrapbooks, in the interviews. That's where they all were. But you only have to read the first bit. 9 is I. 9 is I. 9 is I. He gave you information about being biased. Bias is 1 for the A. But if 9 is I, then A is 1, B is 2, C is 3. And again, I feel like I'm talking to a brick wall. What I'm telling you is not a solve. It doesn't matter. It has no relevance. It finds information. It finds information, and that information is precise information. It tells you what's happening in the chase. Now, if you read it, which is what you're supposed to do, read me what the poem says. If you read it, you would have the information you need. If you just read it, not if you try and solve it. If you read it, you just have to read it. Read what the poem says, not solve it and find a chest. Nothing about solve it and find a chest. A deep thinking searcher using logic. Shift, drift, and adjust. What do those words mean to you? Well, words don't mean what you think they do. So maybe, for your pre-clues, if you look up the words that don't mean what you think they do, maybe they tell you something else. I've done it tired and now I'm weak. What does that mean to you? It might mean something totally different. You don't know. But again, you're accusing me of having a stupid solve or whatever, and that it doesn't have information that gives me the solve. I'm not telling you about solve. I'm telling you about information in the poem and how to read the poem to get a solve. And that's the difference between me and everybody else. You're solving the poem to find a chest. I'm reading the poem to get an answer. And that's the difference. You're assuming so many things that I am saying. But I'm not saying what you're hearing. I'm not saying what you're hearing. I'm talking about getting information out of the poem, just reading the poem and getting information. I'm not talking about solving the poem. There's information in the poem that will help you understand the poem. There is information in the poem that will help you find Forrest Fenn. I dare you to find me. If it comes back, throw myself on that chest and dare you to come find me. We'll go find him. But none of you did. You went looking for Jack. You went looking for Jack, not Forrest. Crazy. And at the beginning of it, you had the information that said, I hope nobody ever finds out. Which means, who is Forrest? Who is Forrest Fenn? Major Forrest Burke Fenn. Who is he? And if you have to find him, you have to know who he is. Because two can keep a secret if one of them is dead. But now, two are dead. I know you picked up on that the other day, Five, but it doesn't help you. Because you're not looking for Forrest. You're looking for a chest, and you found a chest. And so did Street. And so did Trusted. And so did Bill. And so did everybody. Everybody found a chest. But that wasn't your goal. You see, the quest that you all had on the right-hand side of the map was your quest. No paddle up your creek. But Forrest said, join me in my passion. Join me in my adventure. Join me in my quest. Well, that quest is on the left-hand side of the map. The west side of the map. And Forrest is going to change his story, history, in the southwest. In the southwest part of the map, where you're not looking, when none of you are looking, because you're all on the east side of the map. You're not even looking there. You weren't even looking there. So Forrest gave you the information. Join me in my quest. Follow in my footprints. Don't do it on your own because you won't succeed. And it's no place for the meek. But you ignored him. You ignored him. You see, you had to follow Forrest. He told you, follow in my footprints. And if you are meek, you'll be able to follow pretty well. And if you are a maverick trying to beat Forrest, you will be lost. He told you all of these things. You don't need any more information other than what Forrest Fenn said. Once you decided you were going to take on Forrest, you lost. Now, there is someone out there in the chase community that 100% did the right thing. Absolutely. I have no doubt 100% did the right thing. And I told them that they did the right thing. And they keep coming back with stupid comments that don't make sense. That don't make sense. That do not make sense. But in the poem, if they just said what was in the poem, if they just said what was in the book, 100%. Without question. Nobody could question it. But if you're lost, you're lost. End of. Ain't nothing going to help you. Unless, according to the poem, according to Forrest, you go back to the beginning, you go back to that street, and you follow it to Warm Waters Halt. You do not follow it down the poem towards No Place for the Meek. You do not follow it to the place where it says lost. You don't go past a way to know if you are wrong. You don't go past that point. Because Forrest said, there's a way to know. He told you. There is a way to know. There is a way to know. That's the information you should be looking for. So, Forrest, what is the way to know? We'll go back to the beginning there and I'll tell you. Okay, here I am back at the beginning. Here I am down the street. Oh, this street goes this way, not this way. Thanks. I'll remember that. So now I'm back to the beginning on the street that I took that was at the top where Forrest went alone in there. And I know now that this side of the map, no. Go to the west hand side of the map. Begin it. Okay, now I understand. Begin it. 9. Words in the poem. There's a key word in the poem, but you need all of them. One of them won't take you there. As above, so below. N, N. E, E. I, N, N. T, T. Oh, it. And Forrest is there. Hello, Forrest. Hello. You're at 9. You're in it. Hello, Forrest. So now you find Forrest after listening to him. But then he tells you something else. Read me what the poem says and it's game over. Oh, what does the poem say, Forrest? Oh, if I listen good, I will find me. Yeah, I'll find me. I'll be wise and have found. Yeah. Oh, my wish will be granted. Yeah. Oh, cheers, Forrest. Thanks for that. That's how easy it is. That's exactly how easy it is. Had nothing to do with the chest. Had nothing to do with the chest. You and I both, Paul. Oh, I miss what Paul said. I didn't find shit. There's plenty of shit in the poem. Trust me, Paul. Hi, Paul. Didn't know you were here. There's plenty of shit in the poem. In fact, there's shit where street is lost. That's what it says in the poem, not me. They're not my words. They're not my thoughts. They're not my ideas. But some people are lost in shit. And some people are idiots. It says so in the poem. I don't know if they are or not, but the poem tells me they are. And some people are up a paddle with, up a creek with no paddle. So it says in the poem. So, hello, Mr. Maverick. Oh, there's something. My eyes are getting heavy. Knowing. It's important to know what is worth knowing. That's where the Emeraldstone ring is. It's important to know what is worth knowing. You're right. Hi, Amy Digger. Mary has not provided a checklist of set of clues that work from poems, selecting the poems about sent to the forest. I just told you, but you don't want to listen to them. You don't want to find them in the poem to prove your solve incorrect. I've just told you. Read me what the poem says. It's not about finding. Don't tell me you found a chest. Your solve, the AI says, is the right way to solve the poem. It's got the wrong solve. You found a chest. How can that be correct? You found a chest that Forrest says, don't tell me you found a chest. Don't tell me you found a chest. If you're telling Forrest you found a chest, it's not the answer. Guess what? I've said it 100 times already, but I'll just say it again for you, Five Leaf. Read me what the poem says. Don't tell me you found a chest. The poem doesn't tell him you found a chest. The poem does not tell Forrest you found a chest because he's asked you to read him what the poem says. So anybody who says to Forrest, I found a chest and this is how I found it, and it's the best solve out of the 30, 40, 50 people that have done it, it's wrong. Because Forrest told you it was wrong. Because he says, read me what the poem says. And that means all those people that says I found a chest are wrong. All of them. Because Forrest is waiting for what the poem says. Not what you think it says. Not the solve for a chest. I don't know how much more obvious he can make it. Read me what the poem says, and it's game over. Well, if you 30 people told him that the Forrest said, this is how you find a chest, and he's saying, read me what the poem says, and all of you found a chest, but he still wants to hear what the poem says. No, excuse me. I don't get why you keep arguing the same thing over and over. I don't care if you're correct. I don't. But I'm just trying to say, you're trying to say that Forrest is a liar. You're trying to say there are no clues or whatever to help you. But here's the clue. Read me what the poem says, Five Leaf. Do that right now. Put it in chat. Hey, how are you, Richard? Right now, read me what the poem says. I just read to you what the poem says. I told you the most important thing, or one of the most important things, wise and found. You're supposed to find Forrest, wise and found. Wish granted. It doesn't matter whether I have pre-clues. It doesn't matter whether I have any idea. What matters is, Forrest says, read me what the poem says. So do that. Read the poem. Follow the hints and clues that Forrest gave you to read him what the poem says. I think I can do that. You think you found a chest? Which would Forrest rather have? Someone who found a chest, don't tell me you found a chest, or somebody who can read the poem? That's difficult. You resolve the chase, you are my hero. What's that? You resolve the chase, you are my hero. Don't understand it. The chase is like a drug. It's the thing they said and do. Well, Mary, you are going against AI verifying that software has the highest probability. I don't know how many times we can do this. I don't. You make me laugh, Five. You make me laugh. Look, if you don't put the information in, you haven't got a soul for the poem. You have not got a soul for the poem. If there's a different solve than yours, you haven't got it. If you don't put that into the equation, then everything that you put in that is about you and your solve that gives you an answer, AI is going to say yeah. But what you need to do, which I know you haven't done because you don't know them, you didn't put in street solve. You didn't put in trusted solve. You didn't put in Fendy's solve. You didn't put in man from the east solve. You didn't put in Barbara's solve. You didn't put in my solve. You didn't put any of those solves in. So how the heck can AI tell you that your solve is the most probable? Oh, I know why. Because it's the only one you put in there. So you're going to get that answer. Go and find everybody else's solve, which is what I've done. Find everyone's solve. Put it into AI and see what it says. I don't get what you're saying, Five. I don't get it. You're putting in biased information to get a biased answer and saying that that's the answer that it has to be. But you don't know what everybody else's solve is, and neither does AI, because you didn't put it in there. So how can you have faith in that being the answer? AI doesn't know the answer because you don't know the answer. You haven't put in the probabilities of all of those probabilities. I don't get why you're saying what you say. I know you're smarter than that. I don't get what you're trying to say. Yes, it will do because you gave him them 9 words. I can give you 9 words. I can give you 9 words. And you need all of them. No. I can give you 9 words. give you, well, oh, they are. I'll give you 9 words. 9. 9 is I. 9 is I, which is the 9th letter of the alphabet. And it says it. As I have gone alone in it, here, 9 is I. Here. It, here. Begin it. Where? There. Here. What does where mean? What does here mean? What does there mean? I gave you every bit of information, because words don't mean what you think they do. And you use everything as though words do. They mean exactly what you think they do. And you tell AI, here you go, AI, here's the information. And it means exactly what I think it does. So here you go, work it out. You put in the wrong information, you get the wrong answer, but you don't know it's the wrong answer because you don't know you've put in the wrong information. 5 leaf, I've done that solution. I've done it. You're telling me something that I've done, and I don't like it because of everything that Forrest said. You're not telling me nothing that I don't know. And I am saying, you are right. You are right. You, 5 leaf. Your cipher is right. It's right. It's 100% right. There is no doubt. I have no doubt that it's 100% right. None. I have no doubt that it's 100% right. Is it the solve that Forrest wants? No. Don't tell me you found a chest. Doesn't matter how good your solve is. It doesn't matter. If it's the best solve in the world to find a chest, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If it's the best solve in the world to find a chest, it doesn't matter. Because the person who set up the chase, Major Forrest Fenn, said, don't tell me you found a chest. And that's what you're doing over and over, telling all of us that you found a chest that Forrest doesn't want to know about. If he doesn't want to know about the chest, he doesn't want to know about the solve, because that solve was given to you. Forrest gave everybody the solves, and we all found a chest, all of us. But that's not what he said. Amy sure did. Hi, Paul. You saw that? September. Oh, yes. I have a reason for that, Amy. Do you want to know it? I'm not going to tell you. If you read what the poem says, you would understand why September 2010 is used. It's a good verification. In fact, it might be is it an error or a mistake? How did Forrest put it? Can't remember how Forrest put it. But I have a good reason. I have a brilliant reason for that date. A brilliant reason that the poem helps me understand. Trust me, I know why that's in there. Why you? Oh, you come up with big words now. I'm not going to play. I wonder who's doing this. A little reading on how to do cryptography would benefit people. Then go back and look at the souls. If my soul's 100% right, then FF. Oh. Okay. It just makes me laugh. Forrest Fenn designed all of the souls, all of them, and gave us all of the souls. And all of the souls are believable to be 100% right by whichever individual did it. Trusted will believe his is 100% right and better than yours because it makes sense and it follows the chase. And Dave Mann from the East, you obviously know. Street, you obviously know. Who else is there? Troy, you obviously know. And they're going to fight you tooth and nail because it's 100% correct. No, 100% right. You're 100% right. Troy is 100% right. Everybody's 100% right. Can't keep remembering all these names. You're all 100% right because Forrest gave you the solves. Now you do a disservice by saying your solve, your one solve, is 100% right and the only one because Forrest did all of those solves 100% right. That's how magical the poem is. That's how magical it is. You can all believe you're 100% right because Forrest figured out a way for everyone to win. You're all right, but you all look for a chest and you all tell Forrest that the answer is a chest, and he tells you to your face, and I've said it 100 times, I don't know how many times, he tells you to your face, don't tell me you found a chest. The answers I already know. I already know the answers. Don't tell me you found a chest. Tell me something I don't know. Tell me something I don't know. Tell me what you found, how you find it, how wise you were. Tell me how you began it. Tell me where I am. Tell me who I am. Are you doing those things, Five Leaf? Are you doing those things, Trusted? Are you doing those things, Street? Are you doing those things, Troy? No. Because you're telling Forrest you found a chest and he doesn't want to know it. So you keep arguing that your solve about a chest is right. Argue about it. You can argue about it as much as you want. It won't change the fact that Forrest said no. Don't tell me you found a chest. You must be being paid. You must be being paid to say the same thing over and over. You must be. Because nobody, not even a 5-year-old, if I was talking to a 5-year-old and I said, I don't want to hear you tell me you found a chest, they wouldn't tell me they found a chest. They wouldn't, even if they have found a chest, they wouldn't tell me they found a chest because they would know they're wrong. It has an X in spirit. Everyone has an X. Everyone has an X. Everyone has an X. Because it's not what he wants to hear. Whilst you're right, you found the chest. You found the chest, the answer that he gave. You found that. Great. All of you share in the knowledge that your solve is right. You're all sharing the knowledge that your solve is right. Well done. But Forrest doesn't want to hear that solve. He doesn't want to hear that solve about a chest. He doesn't want to hear it. If he does not want to hear the solve about a chest, and the answer's already known, he knows your answers and he knows how you found it. There are 3 solutions, 2 fake, 1 real. Oh, 5 Leafs going up in the world now with that. Home isn't Star Wars, the Bible, the time machine. Listen, I don't know how he did it, but I'm telling you, he didn't want the answer that you found a chest. Doesn't matter how you think about the poem. Doesn't matter what you think about me. Forrest did not want the answer that you found a chest. So why do you keep saying that the answer is about a chest? It baffles me. Forrest tells you, don't tell me you found a chest. And you say, my answer is I found a chest. We're using this, and this, and then this. Whatever you did to find the chest is irrelevant. Everybody who found a chest that tells Forrest he found a chest, no. Big cross. No. That's not me saying it. That's not me saying it. But those words should tell you it. Don't tell me you found a chest. I don't get it. There are. Oh, I read that one. Well done. Hi, Frank, anyway, by the way, and hi, Golden Key, by the way. Hey. Orchid Elkin. Just because he knew them ahead of time doesn't mean he gave it to them. No, the information gives it to them. The information that's put out leads people to believe. Whatever information is given out would lead them to believe whichever road they go down. So we'll pick something that they heard or read that Forrest has said, and that would be where they went. Bill, Moses. Because Moses this, that, and the other, blah, 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 blah. But that's information from Forrest. It's information from Forrest. And all the information from Forrest, whether it be the scrapbook, whether it be the interviews, whether it be whatever, had information that somebody would pick on and go, oh, hang on a minute. He means this. He means this. These pre-clues, he means this. But Forrest knew those answers. He put them out there for you to find. Those little breadcrumbs. And you follow those little breadcrumbs. But you weren't supposed to follow those little breadcrumbs. You were supposed to follow and find Forrest by walking in his footprints, because he told us. My family don't want to follow in my footprints. Who's going to help me? Chaos and embroidery. He gave us, that's me taking flack. Think nice thoughts. Everything in the chase is planned by Forrest. Planned, pre-planned. And nobody should be lost. No one. There is not a single person in this chase that should be lost or wondering why things don't make sense. There should not be one person. But unfortunately, no offense, Forrest, sorry, you didn't do your job properly because nobody's following the information you're giving. No, he knew it was going to be like this. He knew it was going to be like this. He said, follow me. All he said was, follow me. I will tell you the answers. Follow in my footprints. I will tell you the answers. Find me. Find me. Read me what the poem says. Find me. I dare you to come find me. Read me what the poem says. Me, 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 me. It's all about me, not me. Me. It was all about me. And me is Forrest. And who is Forrest? Finding Forrest. Not a chest. I don't get it. It looks like you're in a tunnel under a Jewish synagogue in New York. I need a hat for that, I think. I found the meaning of my life searching for the chest. Good man. See, I never look for a chest. I look for Forrest. I look for Forrest. I look for the answers. I look for what he said look for. Zozo, that won't stop playing in my brain. Zozo, for you, this video that I did, I was going to take a screenshot of it with my hands on the chest. I didn't. That treasure and all the real info was missing. What do you... The info is in the poem. The chest went to Heritage Auction. It's in the poem. It was the chest that was in the book, The Thrill of the Chase. It's in the poem. It was Forrest's chest. It's in the poem. It was full of gold. It's in the poem. Almost like provenance for Troy. Now, the other day I told you about Jack. It was a true story about where we are on the chase. And this story, right in front of me there, is about everybody being up a creek without a paddle. For not listening to Forrest and thinking they could do it on their own. That's it. But Forrest said the treasure is real, the story is real. He said it was important to the story. The cipher does not have a story that goes with it. It doesn't. I've done it. It doesn't have a story. It's certainly not going to change his story in the Southwest. It's not going to do that. It's not going to do that. You're not even in the Southwest. You don't even understand why he said the Southwest. You don't understand why there's 5 chests. You don't understand why there's keys. You don't understand all the things that if you read the poem tells you. To read the poem. Read me what the poem says. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. You don't have to work anything else out. Just follow what Forrest says. Then you have the answer. The chase and the end. No, it's not the end. Well, maybe. It's not the end. The end that you think is the end is fraud. Exactly how you say it. And you're right. But it's, look at this hand while I'm doing this, because this is just a lure. This is a lure. This is a lure. It's a necessary part of me making this happen, but this is a lure. If you listen to what I say, I will give you the answers. I will give you the answers. You don't have to work out anything. You don't have to work out anything. I will give you the answers. And you will know exactly where you are on the chase. Now, I told you about Jack, and this is about knowing that the chest was going to be at Heritage. Knowing it. 2010. Yeah, in September 2010. You could know all of this that's happening now, and you wouldn't be bothered. You wouldn't be bothered. It wouldn't bother you. You know it's going to end, a real end. You know the story is real. You know the treasure is real. You know the quest that you should have gone on, this pre-clues and all this stuff that you told me I haven't got, your quest was on the right-hand side of the page. But Forrest told you to follow in his passion. His quest is on the left-hand side of the page. That's the quest you should have been on. You don't want to hear it? You don't want to hear it? I don't care. 2 crows. I don't know what the yes it does means. Sorry, I missed it. Strawberry fields forever. Yeah, this is a never-ending story. I know that. It took a fair amount of bold confidence to go in there and not doubt yourself. You had to have confidence in what is mentioned on you. Yeah, well, you see, that's where, it gets a bit iffy. I didn't have confidence. Forrest told me, if you follow in my footprints, I will tell you the answers. There comes the confidence. If I listen to what this person says, he's going to tell me the answers. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to do anything. If I listen to what he says, he will give me the answers. I know he has the answers because he told me the answers I already know. And he's going to hint those answers to me. So therefore, if I listen to what Forrest says, he's going to tell me the answers. But what everybody else did was they came up with an idea and worked it out for themselves. Worked it out for themselves. And some of them are brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I can't fault them. But the thing is, he's the lead dog. If you ain't the lead dog, the scenery doesn't change. And he wanted the meek to follow him. He didn't want to go up against all these mavericks who thought they were better than him. He knew they were going to go against him. But he said, listen, meek, do not go past this point. Go back to the beginning, find out where I am, and follow me from that point. Follow me, just follow me. Follow me from that point, and I will tell you the answers. But you all wanted to beat Forrest. Ain't going to happen. Not going to happen. Yeah, kitty, kitty. Yeah. And then, you have jets in the floor. Take the cats and go and pee. At least the guy fooled people and sold millions in books. No, he didn't fool anyone. Not in the sense that you're saying. He dared you. He dared you. There is a secret treasure. He dared you to find it. He also asked you to find him. You went looking for a chest. Not his secret treasure. That's not his fault. He told you about it. Excuse me. I've got a cold. He told you about it. He asked everybody. You might have been in there, in that room. Does anybody know about my secret treasure? No. Secret treasure, as opposed to the chest that he's putting in the Rocky Mountains. Secret treasure, as opposed to the chest putting in the Rocky Mountains. Well, you all went looking for the chest in the Rocky Mountains. He told you to look for a secret treasure. And he told you to find, he dared you to find him. And you did none of those things. You did none of those things. None of them. And I know you did none of those because you're saying you found a chest. And Forrest says, don't tell me you found a chest. Read me what the poem says, it's game over. So telling him over and over, and me and everybody else, that you found a chest and you're God's gift and you know this and blah, 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 blah. It's not what he wanted. It's not what he wanted. And telling him that you found a chest and explaining how you found it and saying how good it was and whatever it is that he said that was getting him peed because he's tired and weak of all these emails. Because they weren't telling him what he wanted to know. Telling him you found a chest was not what he wanted to know. That must get a bit boring. Oh, got another email here. This person found a chest. Oh, got another email here. This person found a chest. Oh, got another email. This person found a chest. All these people finding chests. Can't somebody just solve my poem? Can't somebody just read me what my poem says? Why do all these people keep looking for a chest? Why don't they listen to what I'm saying? Man, that must get wearing. Must get wearing. Ever likely done it tired and now I'm weak. But I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. I'm not trying to say that anybody's wrong because, part of it was finding a chest. Do you think, Forrest? Yes. I don't think that. I have information. Excuse me. Yes, Lozo. Hey, Indy, how you doing? I hope I haven't offended you, Indy. Davey says you left a message or something. Did a video or something. I hope it wasn't aimed at me. I hope you don't think that I was being nasty about you because I wasn't. He's probably eating a big steak with red wine at the banquet. The banquet table. Then a bunch of people worked to turn him into a cult leader or so. No, you just think you're the solver, and that's why you're angry. But if you read the poem, You won't be angry. You'll understand where we are in the chase. You'll understand about, the spot that was important. And you'll understand that the chase didn't finish. But you're supposed to read the poem, not find a chest. Just, you're one of 30 people or more that think that they solved the poem and have a chest. It's impossible, 5. It's impossible. It's impossible. The only way it is possible is if you were supposed to find a chest and a secret treasure. Well, none of you looked for a secret treasure. And you didn't find the chest, the simple chest. One person may have. One person may have done that, but they don't know how they did it. And they've been told, but they're just not interested. I'm eating. Sorry, howdy, hi to all. Hey, noon. Shitty course reformations for someone. The cipher is supposed to work. Trusted sonnets, they're supposed to work. They're supposed to work. I mean, if you're going to be like that, trusted sonnets are flipping good. And he'll put them up against your cipher any day. But still only found a chest. Still only found a chest. Is at school for underprivileged kids. Drawing left in the poem. Yeah, there are drawings in the poem as well. There are map drawings. But I don't know. I think I've probably said more than I should say. Forrest says, if you know you have it, keep it on your bed for 30 days. At what point do you know you have it? Well, surely the poem tells you. Then at that point, when you know you have it, you can keep it on your bed for 30 days. Gone dark. I found his secret, but the secret was never really his. It was created by someone else. The word of the secret met. Some of that I agree with. Excuse me. Two can keep a secret if one of them is dead, and then they mention 2010. Hang on. Isn't that when the chase started? Oh dear. Who died and left you in charge? Good evening or early morning to you, Mario. It is. It's 1:21. Thank you, Mr. Imagination or Mrs. Imagination, Mrs. or Miss or whatever the term is nowadays. Them, they, the. It's nice to see you, Imagination of Innocence. Yes, no. I don't know what that is too, Zozo. I don't know if you're asking me or someone else. Forrest Fenn blew it. And now, after death, he still pays for rock. Yeah. I don't know if they pay you to say these things, 5. I really don't. I just hope they do. And I hope that when, the fun and answers happen, it doesn't come as a big ow. They call me mellow yellow. Quite right, too. Tomorrow will be 30 below. Perfect. That's right. 30 below. Good to hear, that is. Oh, you could have given a wink with that. I don't get why. I don't know. It seems those people that found a chest are really angry because they think they've been screwed out of something. But Forrest is telling them, to tell me you found a chest. So therefore, if you know that you're not supposed to tell him you found a chest, what are you supposed to tell him? Read me what the poem says. So go back, read the poem, and read what the poem says. If you're reading what the poem says and Forrest is telling you to read it, what do you think he's telling you to read? Just reading the poem. Forget ciphers, forget sonnets, forget everything else, whatever else you thought. If you're just reading the poem, what does he want you to read to him? Just read what it says. Just read what it says. Tell him what he put in the poem. And bear in mind that Forrest said the only important thing you needed to know, well, there's lots of important things, but this important thing on this part of it is, if you've been wise and found the blaze. So in this, I have to be wise. That's one thing that I have to be. But how do I know that I've been wise? And in this, I have to have found. But how do I know I found? Ah. So is this what you've got to tell Forrest? Is this what you've got to tell Forrest? Forrest, I have been wise and I have found the blaze. You give him what the poem says, he knows. You were wise and you found the blaze. He knows. So, not finding a chest, not all of these brilliant souls, nothing to do with that. Just reading what the poem says. Say why you were wise and say what you found. That's it. Say why you are wise. Say what you found. That the wish has been granted and that you know where he is, who he is, and where you are. In that history in the Southwest, his story, history. In that, agree to say Wyoming. Understand, in your solve, if your solve is in Colorado, understand why it's Wyoming. If your solve is Montana, understand why Wyoming. If your solve is New Mexico, understand why Wyoming. If your solve is Wyoming, understand why we agree to say Wyoming. However you want to think of that. The fact is, Wyoming was stated to everybody as the place. But you have to understand why it was stated as the place. Drink with me, go harsh feds. Sounds you going too quick now. Hey Richard, just got home. It's cool outside. Oh, it's cold outside, isn't that a song? The blueprint is difficult, but not impossible, Paul. No, well, yeah. In the top of the poem, there's shit. People were lost and they found shit. And I think 5 will tell you he found a chest. I think Trusted will tell you he found a chest. I think Street will tell you he found something. I think there's a lot of people that tell you he found something. So yeah, just follow the bracelet. That's all I do. Oh, the bracelet. Oh, that's the best revenge. Yeah, next steps are good, but his awareness took its first steps, and that could have been making money at school, and his costs weren't making a profit. And there's a dead dog on a bridge. And there's some fake paintings. You wanted it when it's fake, when you thought it was real, but now you know it's fake. You don't want it. Haha, you're funny, Lee. After I'd tell him the biggest socialist endeavor in the history of the world is the US military, at least he read my comment and thought. Well, you have to thank Thor, Forrest said. You have to understand that as well. I found a way to remove religion from society, hustle, freedom of those false binds, finally. Woohoo! Me too. I don't know what the me too is. I just did. Because I tested him. He was reading Thor. The hint of riches. I also said a flag painting is a corny concept. Hush always impresses me. Mary's become the next agenda pusher like Ben. It's nice. If you know so much, Mary, why don't you go claim it? How do you know I didn't just claim it? How do you know I didn't just do that? You don't know. See, it makes me laugh. Oh, right straight to it. Mr. Few, the best revenge is how Forrest shut Jack up. Listen, you needed Jack. Jack had to tell you about bias. He had to tell you about bias. He had to tell you. If you didn't take your mind out of the equation, you were screwed. You were screwed. You were screwed. There was only one way you're going to find it. You had to listen to Forrest and follow in his footsteps, his footprints, sorry. There's only one way you're going to find his secret treasure. Doesn't matter whatever else you say. The bracelet has to be important. All the information that you're getting now, that you're saying is bullshit and crap, I'm laughing at. Because I see stuff in the poem. And I'm laughing at the stuff that you can't figure out. To you, it doesn't make sense. To me, it makes perfect sense. He just didn't feel he reached quite the effort he thought he deserved. He wasn't ready for himself in 6 years. I don't know. I can't answer you 5 because you're still talking about a chest and I'm telling you that Forrest said, don't tell me you found it. Don't get it. From the very beginning, my agenda was to support Forrest, to prove to everyone he told you the truth. He told you the truth. There is a soul in the poem. All of that you say is fake is nothing as it seems. All that you say is fake is nothing is as it seems. And it's a true statement. But it's not a true statement for shenanigans. It's a true statement to make it happen. And all the information you're getting is relevant information. Even if you don't understand it, it's relevant. That's my agenda. And when I say mine, I mean me and David. Forrest doesn't need anybody to help him. Well, in the whatever sense, if everybody's helping him, then they're helping him. But what I'm saying is, as a solver, Forrest doesn't need anyone to help him. He will make it happen. So I can't do nothing to help Forrest. But I was trying to do something to help people who say that this is bullshit, because it's not. It's not. And Forrest tried to tell you it wasn't bullshit, but you don't want to listen. Fine. So I'm trying to tell you on behalf of Forrest, who doesn't really care, because he's got his own agenda to do. He's trying to make this happen. He had his own thrill of the chase, his own quest. Because that's what started this. Well, if I can't take it with me, I don't know how to do it. If I can't take it with me, I'm not going. I'm not going. I want to do it. I practice on it, but when it comes to it, I never do it right. But he wanted to take it with him. And I'll stick it out there too, but I will be the story. It will tell the truth of this. Well, I think when you find out the truth, you'll be like, holy, what? No books needed. No books needed. I hope you're not talking to me. I'm not doing a book. A long lost story, Newman. I love it when I make a comment and then someone says, then why are you here? I love them as well. I love them as well. Street keeps saying, well, are you in it for a payday? Are you in it for a payday? And I think, well, why are you here then? Why are you here? You know, I'm here to see it end in the way that it's supposed to end. And I'm here to cheer Forrest on. If I get a cup of tea for doing that, great. If I get something else for doing that, great. Now, there's the stuff that I've read that it's possible that I'm getting if I've solved it. And that I've read. But that's not why I did it. That's not why I did it. And if I did it for that, I would have screwed Chase over ages ago. But I didn't know how to carry on. And I did a video saying, Fendi, here's a poem. You know, take it off me. Because it's bigger than me. So I'm not in it for a payday. Even though I'd like to have money. I would love to have money. That's why I initially did this. But I went to America and found out what a greedy little fuck I was. I don't do restaurants, to be fair. It's not in my nature. It's something that people don't understand about me. I'd rather have beans on toast, than a Sunday dinner. I'm just, I don't do restaurants. I think I'll be happy with McDonald's, I would. That's me. That's not to say that I can't mix with, other people and do those things, but no. Fendi! Yo, yo, yo! Titties, man! How you doing? It is good to read you. I hope you're well. I hope you do some good stuff. Hope you're taking care of that poem. Uh-oh. Everybody says it was D.B. Cooper. No! Stop it! Detroit Twin, you just said when you hear the truth, so are you saying we have not seen the truth? Who you talk to? Me? I've heard the truth. I talk about the truth in this video here. There is the fraud truth and there is the real truth. I don't think you've heard the real truth. Well, excuse me, through, bits. You've heard the real truth. Life is good. Don't screw it up. Read me what the poem says and the game is over. Which poem? Well, that's exactly it. Which poem? But read me what the poem says. The Thrill of the Chase poem. Andy Jones, I mean to ask you, what is your week? Yeah, it's a nice place. Oh, I did it for Proverbs 11. See, there's no way I'm going to... That's another thing Forrest said. Excuse me. Sorry, but I'm not well. I lost my thought then. No specialised knowledge. There's no way. There is no way. I can't even say the word, let alone do it. Specialised knowledge. So all the information had to come from outside of the poem, but you couldn't have specialised knowledge to help you. And Davey said something about an English major solving it. You need to be an English major. Well, that's exactly what Forrest was. That's exactly what Forrest was. Exactly what he was. He was a major in English. And he was a major in the Air Force. So if he knew English and he was a major, then he was a major in English. Or an English major. The stick, no. Doing great. Happy New Year. Dig in deep. Alternate the lines. Hello, Zozo. Hey, Richard, what's the answer? I've just said the answer. Hey, Richard, what's the answer? Hey, Richard, what's the answer? What? Oh, so Granite thinks that Richard knows. Richard, what's the answer? Excuse me. Richard knows the answer. Richard knows the answer. Oh, is that the answer? Ode to Peggy Jean. Don't say that in here, Fendi. They'll think you're mad. You'll be stoned. You'll have people coming out with like those torches with the fire on it and pitchforks, burning your house down and saying you're a witch, you're a witch. I don't like it when you say things like that. I don't know how he did it. Excuse me. I don't know how he did it. Don't know how he did it. See, told you, you got 5 leaf saying the poem wasn't Nostradamus. Well, Forrest said, "Can I affect? Who says I can't affect the future?" And then he predicts all these things. Now, there's 2 ways he does it. Either he predicts the future, or he makes it happen. He's read it in the poem, and he makes it happen. But either way, he affects the future, which is what he said. So you have to believe him. My full name is in the poem, even the middle. I think yours comes under the real something of the chase is Richard Rutherford. The answer is the answer. I already know. Yeah. I couldn't have put it better myself. Unless you're Forrest, then. The answer is the answer I already know. Are you talking about yourself? No. No one knows the future. We can only plan and hopefully plan correctly, knowing there are variables. Which is what I just said, but he didn't predict anything. Mary, did you have prior knowledge of the hunt before it was made public? Tell the truth. I told you the truth. My truth is 2018, 2019. Up on the computer comes a thing about AGK. AGK. And I looked at that and I thought, ooh, I don't want to work anymore. Let me go and find this treasure. And that was it. That was it. Let me go and find this treasure. Excuse me. The difference for me is you lot believe a put-in is a ramp for a boating thing or other. That never even occurred to me because I didn't have that knowledge. My put-in was, that's where it was put. It was put there. So all this boat ramp stuff that I was seeing in the videos at the time, what was the first one? He was going for the first 5 clues or something. Toby was. Something like that. I can't remember which was exactly the first one. And then it went to why it's not in Wyoming, or, fishing regulations and stuff like that. But when the talk of a put-in, I was like, what the heck is a put-in? I thought it just said put in below the home of Brown. That's how I was seeing it. That's where it's put. It's put there. Not a put-in, because it doesn't say a put-in below the home of Brown. It just says that's where it's put. Which is why my first straight off the bat, excuse me, was Devil's Tower. As I have gone there. So to go in, to delve, and then stow to put in, and then title was the Queen, ER, and I put it all together and, came up with Devil's Tower. But Forrest said you could go right straight to it. So I was like, oh, okay. That ain't it. And it was only 3 sort of clues. It was like delve, stow, and ER. So that's my truth hush. And then it changed. I went to America and stood there thinking, Mario, why have you come all the way out here? Because you know that even if you got the treasure, you couldn't put it in your pocket and take it back on the plane with you back to England. Why the freaking heck did you come out here? What sort of person are you? What the is going through your mind? How greedy are you? What sort of person are you that you think you can fly out to America in a plane, go and get a treasure chest full of treasure that is almost too heavy for one person to carry, walk, because I don't drive, I'm going over to America, I'm not driving, walk with this heavy treasure chest back to your hotel, then get on the plane and take it home to England? What sort of greedy fuck are you? What were you thinking? So I understand what this gold thing does to people. I understand that. I was there, standing on a little hilltop with grass all around me, thinking, you know what? The chest could be there. 12 foot away. Could be 12 foot away from me. The chest could be 12 foot away from me. I could be in the right area and the chest could be 12 foot away from me and I don't find it. And then someone else, walking the dog, going for a jaunt and a jolly, could find it. So it's not going to be that sort of solve. It's not going to be that sort of solve. Even prints are 3-dimensional. That shows face at the top of the front of the floor. Ooh. Hey, thanks, Mr. Rocky Man. Thank you. Do you want to confess to that your fake Yellowstone solve was a joke? Who are you asking to? Me? Do you want to confess to that you... I don't know who you're talking to. Something ends it. Something ends it. Your best revenge is me wearing the bracelet. I told him I wouldn't be giving the bracelet back since it had back home. Follow the bracelet. Well, I don't want to say too much. That in itself, just think about that statement. Me wearing the bracelet is your best revenge. That talks of a future knowledge. Now, if you all say that Forrest is gone, how can Forrest wearing the bracelet be the best revenge? But I'm certain that Forrest made that statement for a reason. That he would wear that bracelet. And it will be on CNN. The information that we get, which is what he said. So imagination just making that statement about the bracelet means someone is going to be wearing that bracelet and it's going to be the best revenge. And it's going to be served cold. You're on a grassy hill, Marion? I was on a grassy hill. Casper. Mary, it doesn't matter what he says or should or shouldn't be. I haven't said what criteria it should be. The only criteria that I've said it should be is you should be listening to Forrest. That's the only criteria I'll give you. And it shouldn't be looking for a chest. These are not my words. What you hear from me, apart from information about me, what you hear from me is what Forrest said. And I try to listen to what Forrest said and use that instead of listening to what I was saying. Because what I was saying took me on a plane to America. I wasted over £1,000 just doing that. Well, more like £2,000. Just doing that. Listening to me. I listened to me and I wasted £2,000. Now, I'm telling you now, if you don't want to waste £2,000 or dollars or whatever it is, if you don't want to waste your money, you better listen to the person that set up the chase. You better listen to your person that set up the chase. Because listening to me, I screwed myself over. I took 2 to 3 days out of my life, wasted. Took money I couldn't afford to spend, wasted. And I told myself I was never going to be that person again, ever. I was never going to be that person again, ever. Now, I had to trust somebody. Forrest said, don't trust anybody. But I had to trust somebody besides myself if I was going to solve that poem. There was only one person that could help me. Only one. Not Five Leaf. Not Trusted. Not Troy. Not these people, these brilliant souls. They were never going to help me solve this poem. There was only one person that could. His name was Major Forrest Burke Fenn. He is the only person that could have helped me. So I went to him and said, hey, Forrest, I'm listening. Tell me what it is I need to know. And I humbled myself before that person in the poem. And I said, tell me what I need to know. Tell me. And he told me. Good lad. He's like that. 3 foot of snow. Ooh, don't want that. Don't talk about snow. Don't want it here. They say we're going to have some, but I don't want it. Not snow here, just a political tornado. We don't listen to Forrest or who works for him now. You never listened to him in the first place, otherwise you wouldn't look for a chest. What if Forrest is the finder? What if Forrest is a solver? Look, you're not listening to stuff that I say. Forrest is trying to find a way for everybody to win. What if he solved that? What if he solved that? Now, spare a thought for the author, Medium article. Pam says she got an email. This is all information that you're getting to tell you something about where you are in the chase, in the poem, in the chase, in the poem, in the chase. The poem is all about the chase. So in the poem, you're told about Pam having 3 words from Ryan Bavetta on Capro's show that were far too soon. That was in the poem, telling you beforehand that this was going to happen. So if the poem has knowledge of the chase, everything that happens in the chase is in the poem, and you know it, then you're not lost, and you understand why all of these things are being said. So if the finder is Forrest and the solver is Forrest, who best to listen to? Fively, Trusted, Troy, Street, Fendi. I don't mean to offend any of these people. I'm saying these are the people that have good souls, that have good ideas, but they are not better than Forrest Fenn. No way, never ever. So I'm going to listen to Forrest Fenn. Now, if he is the finder and the solver and he found a way to make everybody win, all well and good. All well and good. And the information you got that is Jack, that is at the Heritage Auction, or was at the Heritage Auction, but at the time, it is at the Heritage Auction. It is the chest that was in the front of the chase. It is Forrest's chest. It does have gold in it. All of those statements that were made in the chase were in the poem for you to read. And Forrest says, read me what the poem says. I don't understand why you're against it. You know, I know you have reasons because you're too logical to think, you know, as lowbrow as me. But all you have to do is read me what the poem says. There's your answer. There's your answer. Read me what the poem says. Don't tell me you found a chest. Well, you all found a chest. And you're all screaming that you found a chest. And you're all saying that you're the ones that found it. And Forrest doesn't care. So why do you tell him you found a chest? He doesn't want to know. He knew you'd find a chest. He knew everyone would find a chest. The information was out there to find a chest. But there's also a secret treasure. I treasure in heaven, not on earth. That's fair. Fair comment. I'm not going to argue with that. But I wanted to find this chest that I thought was in the Rocky Mountains. And then I went to America and I realized, no. And at that point, I would humble myself before the dog that was on the street. I would humble myself before the dog that was on the street. Because that dog has a better mind than I had. You cannot excuse the fact that you spend £2,000 that you haven't got, travel thousands of miles over days because you are so greedy, you can't even think that when you find it, what the heck are you going to do? So I would have humbled myself before a dog. And that has nothing to do about your religion. That just says, this is where I was. This is why I did what I did. He should be part of the Bible. Who? Jesus. How do you know if you have even found the first clue without a confirmer the poem is full of them? Mara should see that, although they are not contiguous in letters, they are on a map. Look, I have had that many souls in the poem, most of them for a chest, and then I had information that says, here you go, read this. That's it. That's how it works. Here you go, read this. Read what this says. Read what this says. This is what's happening in the chase, Mario. This is how you could win money on getting a Powerball, of which I asked people in chat, get me a lottery ticket, because the numbers are in the chase, in the poem. Nobody got me a lottery ticket. And I'm not sure when it was. You know when it was, because it was 2.4 billion. But I'm not sure which chat it was in. But you can see that request. If you went back in time, you can see that request for a lottery ticket that I thought was going to win the lottery because it said so in the poem. It told me it was going to be 2.4 billion instead of 1.9. It told me that it was going to be laid. It told me who the person was that was going to read it out. It told me the numbers and the Powerball for $2.4 billion. I thought that was going to be the treasure. You know, whoever solved it could have this information, get the 2.4 billion. That would be the treasure. But that time came and went. Nobody bought me a lottery ticket. I was hoping that they bought it, but didn't tell me, but it didn't happen. Time came and went, and those numbers went begging. And I can show you them numbers if you want. I can go live and show you those numbers. I know you'll say, yeah, but it's finished now. But they're still in the poem. It still reads true. And if you find that request that I asked for a lottery ticket, you'll know it was before it was drawn. Bishops decide against banning books have always been an issue. I'm curious. Are you the solver of the poem? I have just said, Forrest is the finder and the solver. And Forrest was given information by somebody that led him to believe that searching for the treasure, the chest, should stop. And I told Forrest I wasn't searching anymore. Now, that doesn't mean to say the chase ends. That just means to say that you stop looking for a chest and you stop looking for the treasure and you wait, which is what Forrest said. Be waiting. Be waiting. Now, I am not going to tell you that I am the solver, because I am not the person that should tell you that I am the solver. And I'm not the person that should tell you you're not the solver, because I'm not Forrest Fenn. There is only one person, only one, that can tell you the person who solved his poem. And that's not trying to get out of anything. That's just telling you the truth. That's just the truth. You had to read the poem, and you had to read what the poem says to Forrest Fenn. If you can do that, if you're one of the people that could do that, then maybe it's you. Maybe it's you. So if you can tell Forrest who he is, if you can tell Forrest where he is, if you can read him what the poem says, there's a very good and you can tell him changing history in the Southwest and blah, 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 blah. If you can tell him all those things, there is a strong possibility, a very strong possibility, that you are the solver. Very strong possibility, because those are the things you have to do. Now, if you say you found a chest, that doesn't come anywhere near what you had to do. Nowhere near. Nowhere near. So you look at it how you look at it. Write the numbers, the winning ones. I can't remember them now. I'd have to go back into the computer and see what they were. I think the Powerball was 10 off memory. 41. No, I'm good at stuff, but I'm not that good. I can't remember that. It's been all alive, folks. Time for the world. Yes, time for the world to change. Everyone is right. Well, everyone who found a chest is right. That's 100% true. Everyone who found a chest is 100% right. Time for a cool change. Yep, find and location info is to protect its brothers. I think it'll be resolved. Everyone's a winner, baby. That's the truth. Hot chocolate. Q Scorpion's wind of change. Of course, the person who solved it knows they solved it. Yes, Redneck. I agree with you. The person who solved it must know they solved it. And they must know it wasn't about a chest. The person who solved it must know they solved it, and they must know it wasn't about a chest. I'm not trying to say all those people who found a chest are wrong. I'm trying to say the information that Forrest gave us says, don't tell me you found a chest. I don't need to know your name. Read me what the poem says. The poem must say something to whoever solved it. For them to know that it's finished, that information must be in the poem. And if you begin the poem, there must be a place to end the poem. Must be. Must be. If you begin it, there has to be an end. And you have to understand that end. We all win. We will be getting closer to that magic we all dream of. We will all be getting closer. Duh. Oh, I put that on somebody's video. Is it me? I went to Street's video and it said that you can't put a round peg in a square hole. What? You can't put a square peg in a round hole? I'll give you that. But you can definitely, absolutely, 100%, if it's the same size, put a round peg in a square hole. Ask any child. So I don't know if it's me. I don't know if you got that wrong. You cannot put a square peg in a round hole, but you can definitely put a round peg in a square hole. So I put "duh" on that. Everything is in the poem. F, the ending. Yes, everything is in the poem. If there's a way to begin it, there's a way to end it. Solver has and will bet people he's got the soul. Bet me. Bet me. Bet me now. Bet me. I don't know how rich you are, but bet me. And I'll give you the money if Forrest gives me any. Bet me. It'll be like taking money off Dave, man from the East. Bet me. Please. For your soul, fight is ready to play. Oh, for your soul. Hold on. First said don't pay any bets. Richard Redford, the zoo, elephants. Just dancing elephants. Hot city nights, hot in the city tonight. What was the bicycle? You can if the round. Yeah, but I think he was implying that it looked different. There were different sizes on the page, but I don't know what that was all about. But I think what he's trying to say was square peg, round hole. Can't do it. But he said round peg, square hole, which you can do. So we can do what it is you're trying to say we can do. Okay. I don't know if it's me. I might have got it wrong, but square peg, round hole, no. Round peg, square hole, yes. Ask any child. He's probably got a grandchild who's got one of those toys. See if you can do it. Fishing. Pull. The effort was not finding the chest. 100%. The effort was not finding the chest. The effort was not finding the chest. Your effort will be. So be and worth would help in finding the chest. Well, I've just told you earlier. The poem tells you the answer. The poem tells you the answer. So 5. Here is a clue for you. If you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down your quest to cease. If you've been wise and found the blaze, as I have gone alone in there, as above, so below. But if you've been wise and found the blaze, your wish may be granted. Find me, find me. I dare you to come and find me. Me. It's always me. Put your left leg in, put your left leg out. Moroccan Express, Moroccan Express. You are. Oh, both of them thinking the same thing. You are the blaze. No, I is the blaze. Because I was going to say, no, you are the blaze. I is the blaze. Why is in Colorado? Woo woo. Thank a lot, Zazu. Now it's stuck in my head. Oh no, that's where Forrest said it was. See, even that, it's not written down anywhere. It's in my head. Well, head probably means something different, but it's not written down. If I was doing this, I would say to you, it's not written down. I typed it. Therefore I didn't write it. It's not on my computer because it's on somebody else's computer. See how that works? You can't believe anything because nothing is as it seems. So it's not written down anywhere because I typed it. I typed it on an Underwood typewriter. It's not written. I spoke into a dictaphone or a tape recorder. It's not written. It's not written. You see how that works? So how are you going to find Forrest if he's in spirit? A physical thing cannot reach a spiritual place. Who says you're looking for Forrest? If you're supposed to find Forrest, because Forrest went alone in there. Now people moan there's two people in the poem and he's writing about two different things. But if you're supposed to find Forrest went alone in there, then you need to go in there in the same place. Go in the same place and find the person that was in there. Go in that same place. Go in there. Find them in there. That's how you find him. Peggy will be there waiting. If Peggy has passed on, you're not going to get to the spot. Nothing is as it seems, Granite. You believe one thing because the information that's coming in is as you were brought up to believe it. The words that you hear mean certain things to you. But I've just said to you, it's not written down anywhere because I spoke into a dictaphone. It's not written down anywhere because I typed it. Now you will believe it's not written down anywhere. That's all you will believe. You won't think what if. You will just believe what you were told. It's not written down anywhere. That doesn't mean to say it isn't anywhere. It just means to say not a pen, not a piece of paper, not a pencil, not a piece of paper, not a paintbrush, not a piece of paper. It's not written down, but it may have been typed and it may have been spoken. It may have been hand signals for all I know, or smoke signals. But it doesn't mean to say it isn't anywhere. So the information you're given, which Forrest said, words don't mean what you think they do, firstly has to be understood before you can carry on. And this is something I said to Frank. I used to be a trainer. It's easy to train people when they're in front of you. You say to them, you get in the car, you sit in the seat, you turn the key forward, you put your foot on the clutch, you put your foot on the accelerator. It's an old car. Okay? You tell them things. And before you carry on saying anything else, you say, okay, did you understand that? And more often than not, they say, yeah, got that. So you say, okay, then repeat back to me what I just told you. And they go, and you can't move on until you know they understood that bit. But the thing is, they're not listening. They're not listening. So you move on anyway. You move on anyway. And it's up to them to listen. Hi, Lily. How you doing? Glad to see you here. Sage Walker. Who's Sage Walker? It's a bias pyramid scheme where it's not a bias. This is meant for people to win. Everyone to be a winner, not for people to be a loser. Right or wrong, it's meant for people to win. Yes, I hope you're feeling better, Lily. And don't rush the video until you are. It's colliding. The world has a new task in front of them. Time to rewrite the books, huh? Uh-oh. Don't say that. It'll take longer. Forrest had 3 books in his desk and a project. And he didn't think they were going to get finished. What was that all about? Will artificial intelligence solve the poem? Will it solve the poem? I think you might get the answers before it does. Artificial intelligence is a brain. Now, I was just telling about teaching. If you don't tell the person who gets into the car to turn the key, artificial intelligence will tell you to just put your foot on the accelerator and drive. Because it doesn't have the information. Now you put in, turn the key, and artificial intelligence will tell you, you turn the key, you put your foot on the accelerator and drive. What it can't do is tell you, in a new car, you push the button. because it doesn't have that information. You didn't put in that information, so it won't tell you that information. Now, your answer that you gave, turn the key, yeah, it's correct. And artificial intelligence will tell you, turning the key, that's how you start the car. But the thing is, it's a new car, and you don't turn the key. You push the button. But artificial intelligence doesn't know that. And you don't know that because you have the wrong car. That's as simple as I can make it. Here we go, grab your popcorn. Which poem? There are many. But that's up to you to find out. Remember, Berserk, useless videos, Josh Jordan, he seems angry. I thought he was looking happier. I haven't been here for 3 days. I lose brain cells. Well, that's a shame because you only had 2 to start with, so you should be empty by now. How are you, Troy? I'm only joking. I'm only joking. Always looking to get someone back. Hi, Granny. What are the 3 shells used for? The 3 shells, seashells. I see seashells on the sea floor. If that's directed at me, these 3 shells. Oh my word. Use the blogs for entertainment. But I can't say anything else other than not one poem. Oh, yeah, okay. Woo. One poem, one solve. Okay, let's go with that. Who is correct out of you lot? If there's only one poem and one solve, is it Troy? I'm not getting at nobody. I'm just saying. Is it Troy? Is it Trusted? Is it Five Leaf? If there's only one poem and one solve, if there's only one poem and one solve, how can so many people be correct? How is that possible? Surely, if it's such a precise solve, so precise, if it's a precise solve, how can you all be correct? And don't say because the cipher is the best cipher. That is not the answer. Troy's solve is as good as a cipher. Trusted solve with the sonnet, good as a cipher. I'm a bit concerned about saying Dead Man from the East. But there are people with good souls, brilliant souls. But you keep forgetting. Forrest does not want you to tell him you found a chest. He wants you to read what the poem says. That's all he wants. You hundreds of people that kept telling him about a chest was pissing him off probably. Because he doesn't want to hear that. He doesn't want to know your name. Doesn't want to know you found a chest. He's just begging you, please, read me what the poem says. That's all you have to do, and it's game over. Just do that. One thing. One thing only. Forget everything that you've done about chests. Just do one thing for me. Read me what the poem says. None of you can. Because you never read the poem. You tried to solve it to find a chest. You never read it. You didn't read it. You're surely not Bill Gorman. Hey, Paul. It's going to be one tonight. How about you? One poem, one correct solve, all those general solves. Yes, that's more a correct statement. There was going to be one solve that was going to be precise, and everything else was going to be the bias that Forrest warned you against. I did a video, but it's too much information. Basically, it says if you go down this path, it's the wrong path. If you follow me, I'll give you the answers and explains everything to you. If you can explain the story of the and not the location, it's game over. Here's Sticky Sticky. The story is a pretty good story. The story is a film story. The story is amazing. Forget the story. The story is amazing. The poem itself is amazing. I don't know how he did it. Don't know about the high hand. Can't work out how it all came together. But behind that, the story, son of a bitch. I'd have said to him, no, what? I would have said, no, what? No. No one's going to buy that fake painting off you. No one's going to buy it. They're not going to buy the dead dog. They're not going to buy it. Don't give them that painting to flipping buy. They won't buy it. And yet somebody did. Somebody bought it. And somebody else bought another one like it. And somebody else bought another one like it. So what? What? Now, Davey B showed me something about an auction going on. And this thing sold for $600 or pounds or whatever it sold for. And then he was told, did you buy that painting? And he said, yeah, I bought it. That roof painting. I bought it. I bought that roof painting. And I said, well, you're now the holder of this $1 billion, blah, 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 blah. Because you did this one thing. And that's how it works. Sometimes that's how it works. Yeah, but Mario, he didn't say which poem. Okay, I'll read him what the poem says. Let me read him Invictus. So again, you're using your bias to take you somewhere else where he didn't say go. I wrote a poem in my book, 9 clues. Follow them precisely, lead to the end of the rainbow and my treasure. What was he talking about? Was he talking about a different poem? Or was he telling you? Was he telling you me? My war for me. Find me. Well, Forrest went to war right now. To war for everyone. Right now. Right now. Going to war for everyone right now. Find me. Find me. I dare you to find me. I dare you to find me. Me. It's all about me. Me, 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 me. Not me. Find me. But you're trying to find a chest. All of you trying to find a chest. And Forrest just said, find me. Read me. Read me what the poem says. And you're all trying to find a chest. So you made it hard for yourself because you just don't listen to what Forrest says. You made it hard because you went looking for a chest. Because that was the lure. You admit it's the lure and you still chase it, even when you're told Forrest is not interested in the chest. I don't get it. I don't know whether you're paid and you're supposed to say these things. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oops, sorry. Read me what the poem says. What are hidden answers? The locations reads. Read me what the poem says. Was audio given to us out of context of its many missing minutes? No, that's just it. Nothing is as it seems. Nothing is as it seems. Words don't mean what you think they do. If you read what the poem says, you know what's happening. Because that's what the poem's for. It's to tell you what's happening and what you need to do. That's as simple as it is. That's as simple as it is. He's told you how to read the poem. So read the poem. Read it. Read it. I read it to you. I gave you information and it's truthful information. You don't want to believe it. And you don't want to believe Forrest. There's nothing I can do about that. And there's nothing Forrest can do about that. But he said, it's simple. I'll tell you how to do it. Read my book. Read the poem. Read it slowly. Read it again, over and over. He told you how to do it. He never said nothing. He never said nothing. He never said anything, anything about a cipher. He never said anything about a medicine wheel. He never said anything about sonnets. He never said anything about any of those things. Nothing. Nothing. He said, read my book and read the poem. Read my book and read the poem. And then he tells you, read me what the poem says. All he's ever said is read. Read, 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 read. And all he's ever said is me, 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 me. So put those two things together. Put the two things together. Understand my war for me. Understand read me. Understand find me. Understand those things. They are simple enough. But you don't want to. You're still looking for a chest that Forrest says, I don't want to know about a chest. I don't want to know about a chest. But your solve that finds a chest is the best there is, even though Forrest doesn't want to know about it. It's not taken out of context. He's telling you, read what the poem says. Read the information I put in the poem. Read it. Read it to me. Tell me what it says. Don't need to know you found a chest. I need to know, did you solve my poem? If you solve my poem, you can read to me what it says. It can't be any simpler than that. It can't be. And Forrest couldn't do any more than everything that he did to tell you how to do it. A deep thinking searcher using logic. What does that mean? Shift, drift, and adjust. What does that mean? Exactly. Why? No, you don't read the poem. You lie when you give your information. Forrest never said anything about taking the canyon down, and yet you take it in the canyon down to get the word treasures. And then you have a solve with 3 people, and they have different ideas where the outcome is. How is that precise? How is a solve that is supposed to lead you directly to a place, and 3 people have perfect grammar, so to get the first bit right, the grammar's perfect. It's perfect. The grammar's perfect. But you disagree where you find it. What? You get perfect grammar, and Forrest says punctuation won't help, but you get perfect grammar, and then you choose different locations for the spot. No, that's impossible. If it's a precise solve, and you do the first bit right, the second bit has only one answer. You crazy people. Crazy. Maybe someone knows the poem and won't tell. No, won't tell. Forrest said don't tell. How do you know read isn't a person, Mario? Read me what the poem says. No. Read me. Read Randall. Read Randall me what the poem says. No. But you might be right. But for me, no. That's not what it says. I can read you what the poem says. I can read you what it says. Granite, I wondered that. Mario, yes, he did. He said several other things. So if it won't lead to a treasure, but was a solution. Another hint that there's treasure. There's treasure. So you're saying exactly what I've said to you. You crazy, Troy. You are crazy or stupid. I don't know which it is. I don't care if they believe it. It's not about me. You're that person. You're worse than Bill. You try and say random things that you think will upset me, but don't upset me. They annoy me in the sense that you're not listening. You look for a chest, which is exactly what you did. You said you found a chest, which is exactly what you did. You said that grammar helped you, which it shouldn't. And you said that your solve that was given to you by Forrest Fenn, your solve, led you to different places. Your words. You couldn't agree with Sam, which means you're wrong in your own words, not my words, your words. You couldn't agree. Well, if this solve of yours is so precise, you'd agree where it should be found. The trouble is, you got the first part, good. But then you couldn't agree because your bias took you to one place, his bias took him to another place, and the other person's bias took him to another place. So your solve is incorrect in your own admission. You show me it and it's wrong because you say you don't take it in the canyon down, but the first thing you do is take it in the canyon down. And your soul falls apart. You can't take it in the canyon down. Your own words, not mine. Forrest in no way says take it in the canyon down. Well, why have you took it in the canyon down? To get the word treasures. How did you take it in the canyon down? How did you get the word treasures? Did you magically get those words? You don't listen to what you're saying, Troy. and you try to make me look stupid, but you make yourself look stupid, that's not my fault. That's you. Treasures going down the page, you took it in the canyon down, which you've told everybody, you've told everyone don't do. Go up the canyon. Now where you are up the canyon, but it's called a creek. And you're up there without a paddle. Because guess what? You thought you were better than Forrest, and you're not. You're not. And it may seem like I'm mad, but I'm not. I'd just like to freak you out, but it ain't working. Hey, Fendi. Who's FJ? Oh, Fendi going. See you, Fendi. Ta-ta. Ta-ta, mate. Well, I think that if you found it, Fenn would have told you. Anyone. It wasn't finished. Forrest couldn't tell anybody anything until it finishes. It's as simple as that. Can't tell anybody anything until it finishes. Hi, Fendi. I can listen to the nonsense. The waters are taking it down. That is why you... No. Stop lying to me and stop lying to you. Treasures in your soul goes down the page. At what point are you told to take treasures down the page? Explain it. At what point are you told to take treasures down the page? If you can't go in the canyon down, don't give me bullshit. You're talking to the wrong person here, mate. You're talking to the wrong person. You cannot bullshit me. You cannot bullshit me. Your soul is as good as anybody else's. It found a chest. Great. I'm happy for you. But for solving the poem, you are nowhere near. Nowhere near. I may be a moron. I don't mind being a moron. I don't mind. But I'm a moron that tells you the truth, and you're a moron that lies. Which one would I rather be? I'd rather be a moron that tells the truth. You failed to explain to me why you take it down the page. Not my fault. Not my fault. You take treasures down the page. Something you're told we can't do because you go up the canyon. Well, why are you going down the page? So your soul finishes at the second line. It finishes. You won't have it. That's fine. I don't mind. Why do you think? You took treasures down the page. Are you listening? Are you deaf? You took treasures down the page. At what point does Forrest tell you to do that? If you can't go down. I don't need to show a solve. You're showing a solve about a chest, which Forrest doesn't want. The only person I need to explain myself to will be Forrest Fenn. And he will know if I gave him the right information and the correct information. He will know that. I don't need to explain to you. You want to tell me you found a chest. I'm telling you, Forrest said he's not interested in a chest. So therefore that null and voids your solve. Your solve is about a chest. Mine isn't. Mine's about finding a person that I was supposed to be finding and understanding what that person has done and understanding, hang on, where is the Bighorn Mountains? Is it in the southwest? Let me think. No, it's not in the southwest, is it? Well, there's no history changing there. Don't need to show anybody anything. I don't need to show any. It's all right, Davey. You could carry on, but I don't need to show anyone anything. I don't need to tell anyone anything about a solve because I said I would not tell you what the solve is because Forrest said, don't tell. But you're quite happy to tell people what the solve is. The thing is, Forrest wouldn't bother about you telling people what the solve is because your solve is not the solve he wants. He tells you that. Don't tell me you found a chest. Don't tell me you found a chest. And you have no other solve than a chest. Five Leaf has no other solve than a chest. Trusted has no other solve than a chest. Street, no other solve than a chest. The list goes on. All the people that say they have the answers have no other solve than a chest. But I have a different solve. I didn't look for a chest. I looked to solve the poem and I followed in Forrest's footprints. And as I've said earlier, I humbled myself. I humbled myself because in the poem, it says, from there, it's no place for the meek. The meek shall inherit the earth, and the meek shall follow the lead dog. The meek, unlike you, Mr. Troy, does not think that they are God's gift and they have solved the poem and they don't need Forrest. Those are the meek. Now you say that Forrest was looking for a maverick. What if he wasn't looking for a maverick? What if he was looking for someone to follow him, to trust him, to have faith in him? What if he was looking for that person? But you can't see that. You can't see that. I can. I can see that, which means I have a different solve. My solve was not to beat Forrest. My solve was not to get a chest. My solve was Forrest was going to make it happen, and I was going to see if I could help him, and I was going to see if I could be there when he did it. But you weren't. You want to find a chest. Okay, good. You found a chest. I agree. I've never said you didn't. I've never said you didn't find a chest. But that is not what Forrest wanted. And you can't see it. I don't know if you're selfish. I don't know if you're paid. I don't know what the reasons are that the people who say they found a chest can't hear those words. Don't tell me you found a chest. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. And it doesn't bother me. Because it's about Forrest. It's about Forrest. Not you, not me, not anyone. And every person in the chase, can say I'm stupid. Every person in the chase can say I'm wrong. But it doesn't make me stupid. And it doesn't make me wrong. So it doesn't hurt me when you say it. It doesn't hurt me when you say it. Because there's only one person that will be proved correct. That's all that matters. The person that set up the chase. I'm not resonating with group. Yeah, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. That's what I say, Luli. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Hey, Jason, how you doing? Toxicity is that game. You better get snared up by snipers. Yeah, but that's, I was saying it to Davey. I am trying to reel these people in, Jason. I'm trying to reel them in. I'm trying to find out the type of people they are. That is what I'm doing. And I'm sorry if it offends anybody. But that's what I'm doing. There are people who are shouting and screaming about a chest that Forrest is not concerned about. And there has to be a reason why they're doing that. It's either because they're being paid to say those things, which is part of the chase, and I'll accept that. But if it's proven that it's not part of the chase, I won't accept it. Yeah, just let them do it, Davey. It's okay. It's okay. They say things, but they don't understand what they're saying. And then when you ask them to prove what it is they're saying, they disappear. Because you have no answers, David B. How is that ring under the other side board not working? I don't find it yet. You don't need to find it. You don't need to find it. You need to say what you found. You're American. I don't know how to speak in an American accent. Read me what the poem says. The poem says there's an emerald stone ring under the boardwalk. The emerald stone ring, the knowledge that you're supposed to have, is the knowing, because it's important to know what is worth knowing and what isn't. You don't have to believe it, but it's there in the poem, and you can read it. Now, I've read to you the other day all about Jack in the poem, a whole story about Jack. How's that possible? And in this poem, this one here that I've got open, this one here that says Troy's up the creek without a paddle, this one that is factual information, gives you provenance and tells you that the story that I gave you the other day, this is a continuation. It tells you that the chest is Forrest's chest. The gold is Forrest's gold. The chest is the chest that's in the Thrill of the Chase. The chest is at Heritage Auction. It tells you that in the poem. I'm reading it. You're not. Why not? Why aren't you reading it? Why aren't you reading it? When Forrest says just read more what it says in the poem. Why are you not reading it? You didn't solve the poem, did you? You found a chest. There's the difference, Troy. And everybody else. There is the difference. That's the absolute difference. Can you guess what the difference is? You didn't read the poem. You found a chest. You didn't read the poem. You solved the poem to find a chest. I read the poem to you. I read it to you. I give you information from the poem. Who is reading the poem, me or you? You with your grammar. You with your grammar. One solve. One solve. Me, hundreds of solves. Your solve and every other solve. Me reading the poem, you one solve. Who am I going to listen to? I'll listen to me, Troy. I think my solve's good. I think my solve's good. When I say I mean me and Davey. You tell us we're not reading the poem, and yet I'm reading it to you. I'm reading it to you. I'm reading it to you. It may not be what you like, but I'm reading it to you. I'm reading it. One thing after another. One foot on top of the other. Continuous, contiguous, chronological. I'm reading it. Doesn't matter what you think. Doesn't matter what you think. What you think is irrelevant. I don't want to fall out with everybody. But I can't help what the poem says. And I can't help that you won't listen, which is what Forrest told you to do. Now, he told you in the poem, if you've been wise and found the blaze, 2 words you need to know. 2 words you need to know, because that will tell you how to find something. 100% tell you how to find something. And it will tell you how to find me. But you don't know who me is. I do, because I read the poem. You don't have to like it. You don't have to like it. And I don't have to explain anything to you, because you're not Forrest Fenn. And if you were Forrest Fenn, if you set up this chase, it would never have happened. Ever. It would never have happened. Because you are nowhere near the level of that man, who you take for granted and think he only put one solve in, you'll solve. And I say this to all of you. You all think he put one solve in that you found. But guess what? 5-leaf solve. Trusted solve. But your solve is correct. You won't tell them that their solve is wrong. But you are, because you're saying your solve is correct. Get a life. Correct solve. I see it say Maria. Maria is, oh, I missed it. Darn it. I like the dog sniffing GPS. Oh, you're taking my flipping. Ooh. I try and wind these people up, and then you make me laugh, and it just goes. And I'm back. Street still block you, or did someone else? Really? I've eaten £10 a day food since 300 pounds. I thought you were leaving. No, easy. I don't mind people saying what they say. It's just I find it difficult when they don't listen. I'm not saying anybody's wrong. I've told you you're all right. You all found a chest, every single one of you. But that in itself should tell you that's not the answer. If you're 100% certain, all of you, 30, 40, 50 people, certain that you found a chest, it can't be right. It can't be the one solve, the one special solve for a special spot. It can't be the one. It can't be. Just logic tells you that. Hang on. A deep thinking searcher using logic. Oh, hang on. I'm a bit like that. I think a lot. Bit of logic. Well, that tells me if there's 50 people screaming that they found a chest and screaming that that is the only solve that can find it, why have 50 people found it? If your solve is the only solve that can find it, why are there so many people saying they found it? It has to tell you something. It has to tell you something. Now, if you're prepared to think, hang on a minute, 30 people, one chest. Let me look at my solve again. Let me see if what Forrest said is really true to my soul. Hang on. He said, don't tell me you found a chest. My solve's all about chests. He told me it would change the history in the Southwest. I don't know what that means. He told me the little girl from India can't get closer than the first two clues. I don't know what that means. He said solve the first two clues. Walk right by the chest. I don't know what that means. Hang on a minute, my solve looks a bit iffy. All these statements that Forrest made, I can't answer. Why can't I answer them? I should be able to answer them if I have the solve. Guess what? I can answer them. And I don't think it's a fraud. I don't think it's a fraud. And I can answer those statements that Forrest made. And I have told you the answers to them. And I have told you, I'm not being nasty, but I have told you that Forrest said, if I told you the home of Brown, you would go right straight to it. It's in the poem. If you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about where warm waters halt? If I told you if you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about the blaze? How does that fit into your solve? You don't know. I know. You see, that's the difference. You're shouting and screaming that you found a chest. I'm just telling you there's information in the poem. And I'd read that information. And guess what? Forrest Fenn said that's what you're supposed to do. Read the information. Because he said, read me what the poem says. That's all you have to do. That is all you have to do. You don't have to do anything else. That is all you have to do. If you know what the poem says, read it to him. Job done. You don't have to do any of these brilliant solves for a chest that he's not interested in. You don't have to do that. Now, for a few years now, 3 years, whatever it is, I've been trying to explain to people there is no fraud. That Forrest Fenn did something amazing and you should get behind him. But you don't want to listen. That's fine. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. But I have done everything that I can. Now, it might even be going against what Forrest Fenn wants. But unfortunately, I'm not the sort of person that just goes, stuff you, I'm all right, Jack, I don't care. That's not the sort of person I am. So I tried, A, to help Forrest, and B, to help the community, saying, just look for a little bit more. Do not go looking for a chest. Try to understand the poem. Here are some of the things I did. Try and find some of the things that Forrest said will catch up in your brain. Try to find those things that Forrest told us. Try to find them things. Don't try and find a chest. Try to read the poem. There are some things that Forrest has told us that's in the poem. Try to read them. Try to find them. Blocking is an amazing... Have I missed stuff? Oh, it doesn't matter. You're even worse than you look so ugly too. Hey. See ya, Troy. I'll see you at the announcement. Hey. Probate soon. What else? Probate. Fun and answers soon, Troy. You wait for Shiloh. Good lad. He'll tell you. So, his question. Yeah, he'd get upset if I said something bad on his, but Nikki's disagreeing with something. Richard's disagreeing with something. So I don't need to collect anybody's solve, mate. I know your solve inside out. Did you find a chest as well, Trusted? Good lad. Join the queue. It just makes me laugh. It makes me laugh that you can just ignore what Forrest said and still be adamant that you found a chest, even though he doesn't care. It makes me laugh. I'm not battling you. I don't give the monkeys. You're battling yourself. You're waging a war against yourself and using me as part of it. You don't want to admit to yourself that you're wrong and you're blaming me. Fine. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter whether we have a solve or not. It doesn't matter. If Forrest knows the solver, if Forrest has given title, then whoever that is, whoever that is, at some point in time, will look back over the few years of the chase and wonder what sort of people there were in it. Whoever the solver is, whoever Forrest deemed to be the solver, whoever he deemed. Now, there is somebody out there that, in my opinion, has something to do with something, in my opinion, based on what I read in the poem. But that person is so arrogant that they don't understand what they did, and they don't understand how they got there, and they are spouting some bull that doesn't make sense. But that person, absolutely. If I was Forrest, absolutely, I would say, ooh. But Troy, what does that mean? I'm pretty sure we all know Greg's fate, but what is it you're talking about? Troy won't go. He wants to be heard. He won't go. And if he does go, but he wants to be heard. He wants to be the solver. And, everybody wants to be the solver. They want to be the one that found the chest. And Forrest told him, don't tell me you found a chest. And without the chest, they have no solve. There is no solve without the chest. Their solve. No solve without a chest. And they can't answer any of the questions. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's do this. I'll give you a question. No, I'll give you a statement. You tell me what Forrest meant. You tell me what Forrest meant. You can't. I know you can't. There's no point in me doing it. I know you can't. Because you have not solved the poem. You found a chest. That is your statement. You found a chest. You didn't solve the poem. I know you didn't solve it because you didn't read it. You didn't read all of it. All of the words. But it's risky to ignore any of them. Your solves don't use all the words. One of your solves takes into account stuff that a child would never even touch until they're, I don't know, probably your age. I don't need to tell you anything. Troy, read these. Actually, read me what Mario says. Read me what Mario says. I've already said it. I don't need to tell you anything. You didn't set up the chase. The person who set up the chase knows who solved this. And when this finishes and the promise of new discoveries take over, you will have your information. And if it was you, well done. If it was you. If it was you. And if it was trusted, and if it was 5, and if it was everybody else, all 50 of you, well done. You all solved Forrest Fenn's poem. Well done. But I can't see that to be the case. You can't all have solved it. So some of you are going to be upset. Some of you are going to be upset. That's it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't have to care. I don't have to tell you anything, and I don't have to care. All I need to care about, Forrest made it happen. Happy days. You will hear something soon. Happy days. You will know your fun and answers. Happy days. But without reading the poem, you telling me this stuff don't know what's happening. Me reading the poem, I know what's happening. I'm not bothered about what's happening. I know what's happening. You don't, because you don't read the poem. I'm not waiting for Shiloh, because I know what's happening. I can keep a check on what is happening right now in the chase. And Davey, we can tell you, if we wanted to, right now, what's happening in the chase. But Forrest said, don't tell. Unlike you people that are telling, who are not listening to Forrest, you people who are telling, why? Forrest said, don't tell. But you're all telling, because you all want to be the solver. You all want to be that person. But guess what? Forrest wasn't looking for that person. Forrest was looking for a meek person who would follow him. Not a person who would slap him about the face. Not that person. Not the person that you are. Not that person. He wasn't looking for that person. He was looking for someone who would follow him. Because from there, From there, as I've gone alone in there, from there, it's no place for the meek. Don't do it on your own. Don't even think that you can do it on your own. Follow me, is what he told you. And he didn't come out straight out and say it, but that's what the poem says. From there, it's no place for the meek. You are not going to do this. You may think you will. You may think you will. Follow the lead dog. Who is the lead dog in this? Is it Troy? No. Is it Five Leaf? No. Is it Trusted? No. Should I follow any of them? No. Why not, Mario? Because Forrest is the lead dog. Forrest is the lead dog, and he will guide you through the poem. If you... Can't hear you. Oh, if you listen good, he will tell you the answers. But you want to sort them for yourself. Do it. Sort them for yourself. Find a chest. A chest that Forrest doesn't want to tell him because it's a law. A lure. A lure. It's not what you're supposed to be looking for. You only have a soul for a chest. You only have a soul for a chest. Granted, one chest may be what Forrest wanted. Off all of you. I give you that. You're all right. I've told you that over and over. I'm sorry I'm missing the chat. I told you over and over. And I love winding you up. I love it. I love coming in here and shouting at you and screaming at you and making out that I'm angry. But I just want to find out what sort of person you are. And I want to find out if you can listen to someone telling you that Forrest said, don't tell me you found a chest. I don't want to know your name. Read me what the poem says. How does that relate to your solve of finding a chest? Just think about it. How does that relate to your solve about finding a chest? I don't need to know your name. Okay, he already knows my name. I don't need to know you found a chest. Okay, he doesn't want me to say he found a chest. Just read me what the poem says. How the fuck do I do that? How do I read what the poem says? All I did was find a chest. I did some grammar stuff, or I did some sonnet stuff, or I did some cipher stuff. That doesn't tell me what the poem says. Sorry, can't help you then. Still here. I'm not stealing from no one. I don't have to steal from anyone. And even if I did, trying to deflect, it doesn't matter. Even if I did, the information on YouTube is for everybody. I've given you my information. What could potentially help you understand what the chase was about? You haven't taken it. I gave it you. I offered this, the information I had, to Fendi. Because I'm not in this for me. Not after going to Wyoming and finding that I was a greedy little shit. Like the rest of you people that are shouting that you found a chest. It's that simple. It's that simple. Now, it doesn't matter how loud you shout. It doesn't matter how long you shout. It doesn't matter how many times you say you found a chest that Forrest doesn't want you to know, doesn't want to know about. It doesn't matter. Because it won't change anything. 2020, finished. Done. 2020, finished, done. If you are the person, it's you. If you're the person, it's you. But guess what? If you were the person, you'd know it was you. You'd know it was you. And I don't mean you think that it's you. I don't mean you're trying to prove to everybody that it's you. I mean you would read the poem and you would know that it was you. That's what I'm telling you. You don't want to listen. It's fine. It's fine. I get to do this show and listen to you bitch and moan and shout and scream and say that I know nothing. Fine. But I know what sort of person you are. Yes, to find a chest. You're not listening, Five. You found a chest. You used a cipher to find a chest. Did you use a cipher to read the poem? No. Did you use sonnets to find the chest, or did you use sonnets to read the poem? Did you use Superman to find the chest, or did you use Superman to read the poem? And the list goes on. Did you read the poem, or did you try to solve the poem to find the chest? That's the difference. But you won't listen because you want to be the person who found a chest. Well done. Well done. You're that person. You share it with 50 other people. Well done. You share the chest with 50 other people who went at it in loads of different ways, totally different than the way you went it, but they found that same chest that you found. They found it. There's no denying it. They found a chest. They can tell you their solve, and it will lead them to a chest. And you're fighting over it, and it doesn't make sense. You're fighting over something that Forrest said, don't tell me. Don't tell me you found a chest. I don't need to know your name. Do you know the things that he already knows? The answer I already know? He has a Rolodex. He told you, have a Rolodex. It has all this information. And I know you found a chest because the information you got was from me. You were supposed to find it because I gave you information to find it. And your mind took you down this road to find the chest this way. And your mind took you down this road to find the chest this way. And your mind took you down this road to find the chest this way. But guess what? It's all bias. It's all bias. Now, the best way to find the chest, the best way to find the answer to the poem, to read the poem, is to not have any bias. The only way you can do that is allow somebody else to think for you. To follow somebody, not lead somebody street. Follow somebody. You have to follow. Because once you take your own path, you are lost. And it's not lost in thought, because Forrest said, if you get lost, go back to the beginning. Lost in thought. Oh no, I've got to go back to the beginning. Lost in thought. Oh no, I've got to go back to the beginning. God, this is going to take a long time. I've got to go back to the beginning. I'm lost. I don't know. Sorry, trusted. I'm broke. I think. Explain again. I don't know. Sorry, I'm confused. What do you call a serial debunker who tries to... I'm confused because I don't know what that means. I may be an old lady, but I'm here to kick your ass. Who's upsetting you now, Lily? I don't get it. Dead Man Jones says, but some generous person put cash gift into my account. Oh, I hope it was billions. Somebody put cash into mine a long time ago, and I passed it on to Davey. I kept the punctuation in the poem, converted it all to Morse code. Zozo, everybody was supposed to find a solve. That's how good Forrest was. You do him a discredit when you say there's only one solve in the poem that can be the right solve. It discredits Forrest. He put them all in there. You're all supposed to believe you found a chest. And I don't know how Forrest worked it. Maybe he wanted you to find the answers that he put in there, and maybe you will get something. But I tell you now, you don't all get title to the gold. You don't. It's impossible. You don't all get title to the gold. It's impossible. Unless Forrest said, if you find this chest, this is your title to the gold. If you find this chest, this is your title to the gold. If you find this chest, this is your title to the gold. There was only so much out there to be found. Forrest told you how to find it, and you all found a chest. I'm not saying you didn't. I am not saying you didn't find a chest. I am saying, yes, you did. It's in the poem. Your solve is in the poem. You found a chest, as you're supposed to, and Forrest seemed to know you were going to find it, doing the solve that you did. You were all there. Think about this. If I know your solves are in the poem, what else do I know? What else do I read? And I've shown you your solves in the poem, and I've shown you where you are, and I've shown you your names. If I can read the poem to that extent, what else does it tell me? You may say the way I do it is wrong. But if I can do it to that extent, what else does it tell you? Now, a while ago, we told Street his email number. We told Street we had to go on his show. We told Street all of these things. And out of that, he got that he was the gatekeeper. No. Out of that, what you should have got was, we can read the poem. We can read the poem. We can read the poem. Because if we couldn't read the poem, we would never got in touch with Street, gone on his show, and talked about what we talked about. Now, that show was just for information. For people to know the poem can be read. Nobody read it. It's not our fault. But you had the opportunity. Now, if you can't see that we can read the poem, it's tough. I don't care. But you can't have it both ways. The information we give you is truthful information. The fact that we got hold of Street is truthful information. That was in the poem. How is it that it's in the poem, we can get hold of Street, know his email, know the tattoo, know all of this information, know all of it, but what we're doing is wrong? It's only wrong because you want to be right. Otherwise, it'd be impossible for me to just guess that email, for me to guess that he has a tattoo, and for him to confirm it, for him to confirm where it was when I said where it wasn't. Because I didn't want to say where it was and he'd just agree. I didn't want to do that. That looks a bit sus. So when he said, oh, no, it's not, I said, well, there it is. That's what it says. There's your tattoo. In the poem. I don't know Street. I don't know that he's got a tattoo. I don't know his email. And I don't know why it's that number. But the poem did. And that's because I read the poem, which is what you're supposed to do. Now, you don't believe it. I don't care. I say you found a chest, and I'm happy to agree that you found a chest. I'm happy to agree that. Absolutely. I have no reservations, none. You found a chest. But if you put that statement, I found a chest. Forrest, I found a chest. Don't tell me you found a chest. Well, I found, Forrest, I found a chest. Yeah, but don't tell me you found a chest. Yeah, but what else have I got? I did this and I found a chest. If you don't want to know about a chest, I've got nothing. I found a chest. I found it, Forrest. I found a chest. Yeah, but I don't want to know you found a chest. Yeah, but I found it. This is how I did it, Forrest. Forrest, I did it like this. Yeah, but I don't want to know. Yeah, but this is how I did it. I did it like this, Forrest. I used a cipher. It was a fucking great cipher. This is how I did it. Yeah, but I don't want to know you found a chest. Yeah, but oh, okay. Most people would do that. Oh, okay. But no. This is how I did it. I did the sonnets. This is how it is. This is where you are. I found it. It's Superman. I found it. You're all saying the same things with different souls. It's try the wheel. You can't all be correct. It's impossible. It's impossible. I don't know. Yes, it ended with a bullet. Great. It's just fucking weird. That's called it, isn't it? Pneumonia. Tourette's. There's complications from pneumonia. What's going on here? I had a ride to work with a guy that caught. Oh, that's bad news. No. Unfortunately, Bill, that's you. That's you, Bill. My soul finished 4 years ago. These words that I've said before, I'll say again just for you. Sent Forrest an email. Not searching anymore, Forrest. Not searching anymore. You know what that means? I've found something. And I don't need to search anymore. And we wait, which is what we were told to do. And the spot is what we waited for. We needed to know where that was. We needed to know. You needed to know. But you don't talk about a spot. You don't talk about a special place. You talk about finding a chest. You don't know why it's special. You don't know why the place is special. But you know you found a chest in it. A chest that Forrest is not interested in. Go figure how your mind works. When all the information says no, what you have is a no. Go figure. You found a chest. Everything else, no. Oops, sorry. I hate spell check. It makes me look stupid. But I got slapped. Yeah. Sorry to hear that. Statistic now. Bill's soul was done in 2017. Well done. And Forrest said in 2019, if you know where it is, go in the trees and get it. Hang on. In 2017, Bill found it. But Forrest said, well, if you know where it is, go and get it. What did you do? Put it back, Bill? Did you put it back? Because Forrest said, if you know where it is, go into the trees and get it. Do you know what that means? No, you don't know what it means. You think you know what it means, maybe, but you don't know what it means. I don't know what that means either. So sorry for me, the hat though. Okay, yeah, fine. I can't say nothing. I agree you found a chest. That's all I can agree. And I can agree, no, I can say that Forrest will, in whatever time scale there is, if it's you, you will know. If it's you, you will know. All the answers will come out, probate will be done, blah, 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 blah. If it's you, you'll know. And that's all I can say. Because I've never, ever said you didn't find something. What I say is, you didn't solve the poem. And I know you didn't solve the poem because you don't have the answers to the statements that Forrest makes, or the questions. Or you tell Forrest you found a chest. He doesn't want to know. Or you can't read me what the poem says. You can't do it. How does that make you a soul one? I don't get it. It makes me laugh. How to change the world. Bring the truth to the table. Well, the statement that don't tell anyone. Forrest said I wouldn't tell anyone, not even my mother. Ooh, what's a mother? Is mother a rule? Could be. What do you do with them rules? I don't know. Not written down anywhere. No, I typed it. Or I spoke it. But it's not written. 5. I get you on cipher, but when are you going to say what you mean? It doesn't need to. The cipher's in there, but the cipher found a chest. So even if it's a great solve, it's a great solve for a chest. If the chest is just a lure, then 5 found the lure. But 5 found the lure as well as everybody else. So you're all arguing that you found the lure, but you won't admit that all you found was the lure and that you didn't solve the poem. I do not get it. I don't get it. If you only found the chest, which is the lure that was out there to be found, and you all found it, and there's only supposed to be one special way of finding it, I can get what you're all arguing about. I don't get it. But it's fun, and I like to wind you up and talk to you about it and have a bit of a laugh. But late nights drinking, oh dear. Good question. It means that you don't agree with him, and he's upset that you don't agree with him. He does want to hear it. Don't have to tell us any of this. No, I don't. But, for myself, those people who are real searchers, I want to tell them, look, trust Forrest. There is in no way, shape, or form anything nefarious going on or, mistrustful. Just believe in Forrest. And for those people who are not very nice to people, I want to find out what sort of people you are. And, I apologize to those who are real searchers. But it's nice to know what sort of people there are in the community and who you could expect to stand with you in the trenches and who you could expect to stab you in the back. Those are the people you need to know about. I see some people that I think may stab me in the back. I learn about those people. I learn about those people that I can trust, and I make decisions based on that. But one thing I will say is I trust Forrest. Whoever set this up, The Thrill of the Chase, I trust that person and the poem that I read. I trust it implicitly. And I will not violate that. And I will not violate the person who set this up. And I will give them the utmost respect that they deserve. And I will not say to them that you only found a way to put one soul through a chest in the poem, when I know that's not the case. I know that's not the case. And I will say to that person that, yes, I found you. Yes, I know who you are. Yes, I know what this is about. We know all of those things. And it wasn't about a chest. You don't have to believe that. Excuse me. You don't have to believe that. But there are those people that, say that it's fraud, and it's not fraud. Not in the sense that they say it is. It's as simple as that. Yeah, I think it is time for bed. It's 3:10 in the morning. Peace to you, Brother Richard. See you, Jason. Not Jason. See you, Zozo. You are absolutely correct. Zozo's correct. What's Zozo correct about? Bill met Forrest. Failed to check that box. Yeah, I know. But you can tell them those things and they just ignore them. They've heard it before. They've heard that, since 2018 or whatever the thing is. So they know that he knows Forrest. And again, are these people paid to just say what they say? Here he is again. Mayor tried to claim he came up with Bill Soul one time. No, that's one thing that I haven't done. That's one thing I haven't done, because that's on a bloody cliff somewhere, where, Forrest said no. So, no. I claim to have your dog, maybe, but not. Good to see you. Good night, Jason. How's Jason going as well? See you, Jason. Well, see everybody, Lulu. I know only Bill and Joe think otherwise. And that explains it all. What? That I was the only person that could do this because I was British? Is that what you're saying? No, I'm only joking. Personal bias is what makes a self go sad. Exactly. It's the first thing that Forrest tells you in the poem. Well, not the first thing, but it's in the first stanza. And 5, it tells you that 1 is A, to compound the fact that I is 9. That's what it tells you. So you know that you can use that. Forrest might have been a good man, but remember... Oh, come on, Paul, don't be silly. I don't do those things. I'm not going to remember Exodus 24:5. But it doesn't matter what you think about Forrest. This chase, the thrill of the chase is real. The treasure is real. And the promise of new discoveries is real. Even if, Forrest was a mafia hitman, all of this is real. It's a bit like people talk about Trump. It doesn't matter if you hate him. He did a good thing for the country, the United States of America. It doesn't matter that he's not a very nice person in your eyes. But if he can do the job, let him do the job. Let him do the job. If he can do the job, people. I'm not saying that he should have the job. No, I'm just saying, if that's the case, let it happen. What's up with you? You're cutting your nose to spite your face. I don't like the bloke. I don't want to be charged of the country. I don't like him. Yeah, but he might save you taxes. He might make you a better nation. He might do all these things. Oh, I don't like him, though. I don't like him. I don't want him as my president. Oh, he's ugly. Oh, he's got stupid hair. Oh, he talks like this, that, and the other. If he can do the job, who do you want working on your car? Is that what Forrest said? Who do you want working on it? So you people do the strangest things and say the strangest things. If a person can do it, let them do it. Factual data verified. Leroy! 6 degrees of separation is not a soul. One of his locations is on a t-shirt. poem seemed like chemistry to me. Nope. Why do you believe men were correct in those stories? Why over any god did a god deem a story sacred? And as the night ends, the forest will echo with laughter. And D.B. Cooper will jump out of the shadows. No, Mary, it's way bigger than that. He undermined the whole system of democracy and tried to ruin it. Okay, I'm not an American, so I can't argue that. But I can say, from an outsider looking in, what Biden has done, all the shenanigans, well, not even what he's done. Just looking at the person. It's not about politics. Just looking at the person. There is no way. There is no way. There is no way a country voted for him. There is no way. I will not believe that in a million years. There is no way that a whole country thought that that person was better to be in power than Trump. There is no way. He can't find his way out of a paper bag. It can't be done. Now, if there was somebody else in office, maybe. But that person, no. He didn't beat Donald Trump. I don't need any evidence. I just know that person who couldn't even talk and remember stuff and looked like he was, on set for Alzheimer's. That person, you don't vote for that person. Not over what, the opposition. I don't know, no. The Constitution. Ooh. Who needs to go? Biden is a substance contains the future. Trump. Listen, I'd vote for Trump. I'd have him here. I'd have him as a prime minister here over what we've got. There's no, you know what you're getting. That's pretty good always. That's a good thing if you know what you're getting. They will not let Trump in to run. That in itself, just right there, that in itself, the fact that you're fighting to stop this person doing something, that is enough evidence to prove that this person is good for your country. The fact that they're fighting so hard to stop him. Because if he was no good, you wouldn't vote for him. You wouldn't vote for him if he was no good for the country. If they knew he wouldn't get in because he was no good for the country. The reason you fight against him getting in is because you know he's better than anyone else. And he will get votes. And this time round, there is no fixing their machines. So this instead of Trump, compare the details. Donald Trump looks like he's I don't know what I mean. So in other words, we are yes. Fuck. Trump. Okay. I'm talking about the last election, not this one. No, don't be stupid. Don't be stupid, Joe. I would say nothing honest. Biden had to be. Put it in the poem with a loose delivery. Yep. Yeah, but it didn't mean he had to be. It just means Forrest knew he was going to be. I'm never honest. No, I'm always honest. And that's the problem. You don't like it because I'm being honest. There goes Brett Mavia wants to maintain power. I am not understanding your question. Uh-oh. Is government so corrupt? It's more than corrupt. The worst part about your government, just looking from the outside, is the people in power. They will not give you answers. And this is coming from the government that is by the people for the people. The people in power don't want to give you answers. What? You run the country. They do things for you. You want answers, they should give you answers. How many people crossing the border? I don't know, but that's your department. I don't know, but we're doing a really good job. Okay, well, we have figures that say this many people are coming through. Yeah, but when I went to college, what? Just answer the question. Do you know how many people? Well, it's like this because we did it. Yeah, but just answer the question. Do you know how many people? Well, because no, just answer the question, man. 30 minutes. I've just answered the question. Just answer the question. And they don't. So how do you get away with that? How are you in power and get away with that? Don't make sense. And how do people who openly in America talk about America being such a bad country want to be in office and expect to be put into office in a country that they slate? I don't know. So why not smart with the... Okay, I don't know why I'm not smart with the poem. I'm just not smart. And that's the issue, isn't it? I'd rather have Trump here than, the world's gone to shit. Maybe Forrest can help that. I don't know. And that's exactly what we're trying to say. This is proving that Forrest did what he said he was going to do, what he wanted to do, was honest. This is what he wanted to do, and it's happening, hopefully, how he wanted it to happen. And there's no shenanigans. It's the truth. Joe, I didn't tell him what to do. Said how I feel. Yeah, that's the problem with INFJ. These they hear what they want to hear, see what they want to see, and there's no explaining it. That was just a few of the names, but I want to see the videos. How can everyone in one country have the same color hair? What are you on about? Germany? Hairdressers. That hurts. Two can keep a secret. People don't listen, they're just talking about chess, Davey. They don't care about what, trying to work that out. What's that all about? Two can keep a secret. What's it all about? He's not being negative. INFJ. Mary is negative. Oh, must be a magnet. Hey, Smokey Joe, you shouldn't tell us what to do. See, you hear what you want to hear. I didn't say you were wrong, ever. I said you found a chest, and you were right. If you change that to I said you didn't solve the poem, yeah, I'm saying you didn't solve the poem. But I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying you found a chest. You, Bill, found a chest. Fively found a chest. Street found a chest. Troy found a chest. Dave Man from the East found a chest. And all those people that we don't even talk about now found a chest. You all found a chest. You were right. I agree with you. You found a chest. How is that saying you're wrong? I don't know. And that's probably why you didn't solve the poem, because you hear what you want to hear. I haven't said you're wrong. You're right. You found a chest. But Forrest didn't want to know about a chest. So I don't get it. I don't get it. I absolutely don't get it. Why do you think our system's... every system's screwed up, Paul? That's the problem. It boils down to, excuse me, in my opinion, just my opinion, each set of parents tell their kids that they're going to have it better than they had it. I don't want my children to suffer like I suffered. Until they're pampered so much that you don't know whether you're coming or going. And then politically correct takes you from the norm. I don't know where we're going to be in 20 years. Because what we perceive to be the norm This is moving away from the norm already. What we perceive to be the norm, us old people. Man, it's going to be weird. It really is going to be weird in 20 years' time. What is accepted and what isn't accepted. Now, it could go two ways. It could go really, 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 really bad. Or at some point, people say, no, enough's enough. Enough's enough. This is just stupid. This is no way we can live. Or there'll just be another war. I run the probability numbers of the worst speech search game. It's ludicrous to think Forrest is on a poem to purposely have the info that Marion did. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, Trusted. I offered the poem to Fendi. But Forrest did say a higher hand. Now, the probability that Forrest did it, exponential. No. I tell Davey all the time, I don't believe he did it. It's impossible. I say it all the time. But there is the information. Now, the problem is, those people who don't want to believe it, don't believe what's right in front of them. The information I give you is correct information. I told you all about Jack, is correct information. I told you all about the Powerball, is correct information. I told you all about Cynthia going across the Madison to the Flat Island and Totem Cafe. I told you about them in the lawyer's office. I told you about Pam having 3 words from Ryan Bavetta. I told you all those things. I admit, no, he can't have done that. There's no fucking way he could do it. There's no way he could do it. But the thing is, it's there. And I show you it. I don't hide it. I don't fluff it up. It's there. Now, what you have to think about is, if Forrest says to you, read me what the poem says, it's game over, what do you have to do? Do you have to tell him you found a solve that finds a chest, and it's a fucking great solve? It's a really great solve, Forrest. He'll stop and say, whoa, what did I just say to you? What have I just said to you? Don't tell me you found a chest. Stop. Listen to me. That's what the poem is about. Stop. Listen to what I'm telling you. Listen. Don't tell me you found a chest. What part of that do you not understand? If I was Forrest, what part of that do you not understand? Do not tell me you found a chest. I don't need to know your name. Read me what the poem says. What part do you not understand about that? And what part is in your solve that you can do that? Read what the poem says. It isn't. I know it isn't, because I've done all those solves. I have done those solves. They do not work. You know why they don't work? Because you can't go straight to the Homer Brown. And you won't listen. But they're Forrest words. Forrest words are, if I told you the Homer Brown, you go right straight to it. So go right straight to it. Go to the Homer Brown. Go to the Homer Brown in your solve. Go right to the Homer Brown in your solve. Don't worry about anything else, and get the chest. And understand all the other stuff that Forrest said. But you don't do it. You just say, Mo, talk shit. My soul's right. Okay. But I'm telling you, I'm reading the poem, and I'm telling you the information that Forrest gave you, and all of it's truthful. All of it's truthful. And I'm trying to tell you so you understand that what's happening in the chase is meant to happen in the chase. And it's not bad. You want to hear it? I can't help it. If you don't want to listen, I can't help it. And it almost seems like you're being paid to just to be awkward. Because it's hard to believe that people are that hard of hearing. It is hard to believe. I don't want to use horrible words, but it's hard to believe that people are that hard of hearing. Now, the fact that it says that you would not find it, you would not find those answers in the poem, is something else I've told you. They're not my words. It's not what I thought. It's what I read. And I admit, what the fuck? How could you do this? But those numbers, those Powerball numbers that I gave you and put into chat before those numbers were drawn, they came up. They came up. They came up 2.4 billion. They came up late, like Forrest said they would. And the lady who did the reading was the lady who's in the poem. I can't help that. I can't help that. But that happened. I asked you in chat, get me one of them lottery tickets. Nobody got me one. I was hoping that they bought it without my knowledge. They knew those numbers were going to come up and they bought it. And they were going to tell me, here's the treasure, it's 2.4 billion. Even though it was only said it was going to be 1.9 billion, Forrest had it in the poem as 2.4 and it came in at 2.4. But the estimated amount was 1.9. So that was full knowledge of what it was going to go to. Forrest knew it was going to be 2.4, not 1.9. I don't know how he did it. You know, these magicians can do all weird things. But I'm telling you now, that's the truth. That's the truth of what happened. Don't have to believe it, and I don't care if you believe it. But that's the truth of what happened. I thought I was going to be a billionaire, 2.4 billion, because somebody was going to get me a lottery ticket from the USA in a lottery that had these numbers, that was going to be called out late, it was going to get delayed, and this famous flipping lady was going to do it. It happened. But I wasn't rich because nobody put on a ticket on for me. Just block her, trusted. I missed that, Mario. What, the Powerball? I've said it lots of times, but 100%. 100%. I put it into chat. Somebody buy me a ticket. Because they were talking about it. It was worth 1.9 million when they were talking about it. I said, somebody buy me a ticket. Somebody buy me a ticket. And nobody bought it. So I thought, or nobody replied. So I thought, well, maybe they're going to buy it. They know what the numbers are. They're going to put that ticket on and then just give us I'm not saying, Davey B as well. They're going to put those numbers on and we're going to have 2.4 billion, 1.2 billion each, because this lottery ticket that was in the poem was going to get purchased. But it didn't happen. Unless it's happened, and they're going to give us it when the chase ends. Thank you, Richard. I'm just following what Forrest says. If Forrest says, well, I wouldn't say I'll fall on my sword, those sort of things. But if Forrest said tell, I'll tell. And I've told people, the bits that I dare to tell. But Forrest said, don't tell anyone. Don't trust anyone. Don't tell anyone. And right there, years ago, right there is the problem. If this person set up the chase and says, don't trust anyone, well, who do I trust? If I can't trust anyone, can I trust who Forrest Fenn is? Especially with the information in the poem. And there lies the problem. While I can trust that what he's saying in the poem is correct and true, and I should follow it, who is Forrest Fenn in this arena that we're in? What is this all about? And the information is, there is somebody else. There is somebody else with the secret. So who do you trust? And how do you get hold of that somebody else with the secret? So there lies the issue. There lies the issue. Who do I trust? Who do I tell? What's the point in searching? What's the point of doing stuff when there's information that says don't do stuff? Calling all sleeping prophets. Cheers, Richard. Thank you. Ooh, I've got 4 likes. Thank you. Calling all sleeping prophets. Yeah, I'm starting to feel that. But Forrest told Mary to tell Bill and everyone that they are wrong. Right? No, Forrest told me to tell everyone they're right. This is what I've told you. You're right. You went down your own path. You ignored what he said. And you ended up with a chest. And you're right. And you'll get what you deserve because of it. But you're right. Now I have 35 witnesses. No, 34 witnesses. Take me out of it. That says that I've said you're right. And I've said it more than once. And I'll say it again and again and again. You're all right. Your souls are in the poem. And you're all right. You all found a chest. Well done. I congratulate you for finding the chest. As for the rest of it, if you were to read what the poem says, Hats off to you. Well done. I'd say you solved it. But you can't read what the poem says. You can just find a chest. So I had to think, hang on. Yeah, it's come by art. I can't remember what that song is now. What's that song, Trusted? Oh, the videos with them doing that. Shh. Who's got to be shh? Have I said too much? Edgar Casey died decades ago. Yeah. Yeah, but his thoughts still live on, as does Nostradamus and Baba Yaga and all those people. No, they still drop me. You said Bill is not the finder or solver, so you think you are. I've not said you're not the finder or the solver. You, in your own mind, listening to yourself say it. I've never said anything like that. I think most people in here will know that I haven't said anything like that. And that's one thing that I do say. I am not FF, so I can't tell you it. So make up your own lies, say what you want. It doesn't bother me. Everything that you people say doesn't bother me. Doesn't matter. I'm not in charge of this chase. I'm not in charge of it. I try to tell people what I dare to tell people who are real searchers. Please don't worry. This will all end in a good way. You don't have to listen to that. You don't have to listen to it. And I, really don't care if you do or don't. Bernie from The Incredibles. No. Who's Bernie from The Incredibles? This is those stretchy person and the other person. So I used to get things like, you look like Burt Reynolds and you look like John Conte and you look like, I don't know, good looking people. Not what if I take this on, do I still look like him? No, I look more like Frank. You said it about 10 times that Bill, you are not the finder and you... I don't know where you were when I said that. If you want me to tell you that, I'll tell you that. I'll say you're not the finder, not the solver. But I haven't said that. If anyone can find where I said about 10 times that Bill is not the finder or the solver, let me know and I'll apologise to him. Baba Vanga and I have one thing in common. You can see the future. I agree with those statements. So should you. What statements? Oh, that he's not the finder. Is that what you're saying? Do you have the correct solve, Davey? Because if you do, you have not shown anything of value. He didn't have to show it to you. Nobody has to show it to you, Bill. Forrest had to know. That's it. And Forrest said, don't tell anyone. So why would we show you? I don't get it why you don't listen. I don't get it. If your aim is to get us to tell, ain't going to happen. Ain't going to happen. Somebody asked me ages ago when it was solved or whatever, will I ever tell? No. Even though I have, and not to try and disrupt anything, but to just confirm to Forrest or anybody who wants to listen that it is possible to solve the poem. It's possible to solve it. It's possible to read the poem in the way that Forrest intended it to be read. And in the way that he asked for it to be read. But even though that statement came out, I don't think it was time, nor does Dave, think it was time to read what the poem says. If you could understand why his spot was important, if you could understand why two could keep a secret if one of them is dead, if you could find, as he asked you, find me, I dare you to come find me. There are two dares. There was the dares to share in the adventure and the dare to come and find him. Well, you shared the dare for the adventure. You wanted to find the chest, but none of you made an effort to find him. None of you. None of you. You all went looking for a chest. None of you tried to find Forrest. That might be where you went wrong. Oh, rolling eyes. I don't know what that's about. Troy was stirring the pot. It doesn't matter. I play the game. I've told Davey, we were talking about it before this, and he was pretty much saying, don't do it. But I don't mind facing people. They have information and they have souls, and they think that they can, beat me down. It won't happen. It won't happen because I've got Forrest on my side and they haven't. And that's what matters. First, he was just doing what he was told. Who said that? Oh, are you talking to them? I know that Forrest is on my side. I have the poem on my side. Anything that anybody says, it's not going to faze me. And I like to bring out the real people that I'm talking to. You'll find that about me. My dad said, a bit like where warm waters with the liars and the Native Americans. My dad said to me, if you tell lies, you will find out the truth. Don't tell lies to other people and make them believe something. Tell the lie so they correct you and give you the truthful information. If you need to find truth, tell a lie. Because people will soon correct you. Now, there's a lot of people here correcting me, even though I'm not lying. It's possible that they're telling lies, so I tell them the truth. Well, guess what? No. I've already told you the truth. I've already told you the truth. But guess what? You can't hear it. You can't hear it. I'm telling you the truth. I've told you to solve. I have told you it. I have told you it again and again. But I've told you in my words. In my words. The words that you don't understand. I've told you it in my words. Now, there's people out there that might understand it, or there's definitely one person out there that will understand it that I have told to solve. But I'm telling them, not you. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to believe it. But that's the case. Mario, you lied. It is in your video when you spent 30 minutes yelling that Bill was not the solver. I didn't spend 30 minutes saying you weren't the solver. You are right. You found a chest. Actually, yeah, probably saying you're not the solver. Probably saying you're not the solver. Probably saying that. Because I'm saying you're right, you found a chest. I'm not saying you're not the solver because I can't. Because I'm not Forrest. Which is what I normally say to stipulate the fact that you found a chest and you're right. I can't say you're not the solver. I can't say you didn't find it. I'm saying you're right, you found a chest. But you put that with Forrest saying, don't tell me that you found a chest. No. No, you found a chest, that's it. End of. Anything else that Forrest wanted, you didn't give him. You didn't give him. And he was sick of you saying you found a chest because he didn't want to hear that. What is that podcast on Monday? That podcast is The Hunting Tales, Wheel with It or something. The Hunting Tales, Wheel with It. Peter Frick Wright talking about a searcher's journey and interview with Forrest. So on the 15th, that will take place. 12 o'clock my time. No, 7 p.m. my time. Roughly 12 o'clock your time. So it's The Hunting Tales, Wheel with It. I think it was something like that. It was selling knickers in England. I would get married to sell them if he doesn't have to shave his head. No, don't have to. Several YouTubers have told the soul. Several YouTubers have told the soul. Ooh, cool. I am not Bill Murray. girl wants to kick your butt and will not be here. It doesn't matter who you are. You know, I've got no issues with anybody. I can't help they think what they think. They think what they think. But I know, the sort of person they are by what they're saying. And that just shows you either are paid or you have no attention span. In the words that you use, 5, in the very words that you use, you tell yourself you did not solve it. In the very words. In a plain text poem. The words that you got from the person that set up the chase, it's not plain text. It is not plain text. Because words don't mean what you think they do. You're putting in plain text. When you're told the text you have doesn't mean what you think it does. And you tell me that you're putting in plain text. I don't get it. I don't get it. And again, either you are paid to say this bull or you don't listen. There is no plain text. There is no plain text. Words don't mean what you think they do. So your understanding of that poem, is different than what has been written. Now, the plain text that you have is to tell you something else with the information in the first line. But you won't see it and you won't listen. There is no plain text for you to give to AI. And any information you give to AI is based solely on the information you put in. I can tell you now, if you told every searcher, give me your solve, let me put it into AI, you won't get the answer that you get. You won't get that answer. You might believe you will, but you won't get that answer. You're putting in the wrong information and you're getting the answer you want. I don't know how much plainer I can make it. There is no plain text. And you are putting in your information to get your answer. It's no different than what you're thinking. You're putting the information you have in your brain into AI and expecting it to come up with a different answer. It ain't going to happen. It isn't going to happen. It's processing the same information that you're processing to give you that answer. Here's AI. Here's you. Here's the information you've got. I'll give it to AI. Oh, I've come up with this answer. It's exactly the same as yours. Well, I wonder why that is. You can't use AI as proof of your solve until you know what the solve is. Until you know what the solve is, you can't use AI because it will just give the answer you want. Wait until the solve comes out. Put that in along with your solve. See what AI says. I get it. Okay. Leading you to the treasure using Cypher. Getting information using Cypher. Am I telling you the information I'm giving you is a solve? Or am I telling you it's information? Now, if you can use a Cypher to get positive solutions, not take you to the treasure, just give you information that may take you to the treasure. But you might not need a Cypher to find the treasure. You may be able to find the information that is not in plain text. No, it's your understanding of it. 5. Don't listen to me. Forrest told you. Forrest told you words don't mean what you think they do, and you're going against that and say, no, it's plain text. It's plain text. It's plain text. Okay, it's plain text. Put that into the AI, get your answer. I can't help you. Forrest is telling you words don't mean what you think they do. And you're letting AI think that it does, even though you're being told it doesn't. If you want to be like that, great. Great. I can't help it. You will find a chest. Great. Well done for finding a chest. Well done for coming up with a cipher. Job done. AI says you're correct. Job done. Will it affect what Forrest did? No. Will it affect what I think? No. You will never get anybody to agree. Okay. I'm agreeing. You're right. You found a chest. Your cipher, your brilliant cipher, found a chest. But then so did Trusted Sonnets. So did Troy's Try the Wheel. So why are you arguing? You all found a chest. But what it comes down to is you want to be the one that found it. You want to be the one that found the chest. Out of all the 50, 30 people, however many it is, you want to be the one that found it. Well, guess what? It ain't going to happen. You all found it. You all found it. You all found a chest. Not one is better than the other. Not one is better than the other because you're looking for the wrong thing. Forrest gave you a lure, chucked it out there. Whoa, got a big in here. Another one. Yeah, got a good in here. And he could do that all day. He could do that all day. Chuck out the lure and you grab it again. I got a chest. I got a chest. Don't tell me you found a chest. Yeah, but I found a chest. Don't tell me you found a chest. Yeah, but I found a chest. And you're still telling me it now. 3 hours into this, you're still telling me you found a chest. And you have the best soul for it. All of you. It's funny. It's funny that you can still do it. And like I say to Davey, I don't know if they're paid. I don't know if they're so greedy that they can't see it. I don't know if they just don't listen. I don't know what it is. And I don't care. I don't care. I do not care what the reason is that you say what you do and do what you do. All I'm bothered about is Forrest made it happen in spite of us. And Forrest put out a lure and everybody jumped on that lure. And everybody is on the same lure, in the same place, in the poem, where Forrest knew you would be. He led you there and he knew you would be there. But he stipulated in the first line, don't be biased in your solve. Do not be biased. Everybody's biased. Has to be Moses. Has to be the bullet. Has to be. No, it has to be the cipher. Has to be the cipher. That's the best solve. No. Has to be the sonnets because, no. It has to be Lost in Thought. No. It has to be Superman, Kent and Esther. What? Are you listening to yourselves? You are fighting over the lure. You are fighting over the lure. You are fighting over who's got the biggest widge. Who's got the biggest widge? Finding what you didn't need to find. And I think it's funny. And I make out I'm annoyed and I make out I'm stressed and I draw you in to find out what sort of people you are. Because Forrest said, trust no one. And I find out what sort of people you are. They've been trying to beat the cipher for years. No one's trying to beat anything. No one's trying to beat anything. In your mind, they are. In your mind, they are. They don't give a flying fuck about you five. Because your solve is wrong, according to them. Because their solve is right, according to them. They don't care about the cipher. Nobody cares about your cipher. Troy cares about Try the Wheel. Trusted cares about his sonnets. Street cares about Lost in Thought. Dave Man from the East cares about Kent and Esther. Nobody wants to listen to what you have to say about cipher. They don't care about it. They're not trying to prove it wrong. They don't give a monkeys because they found the chest. You didn't find it. That's what they're saying. I'm saying you found a chest, but I'm also saying that Trusted found it. And I'm also saying that Troy found it. And I'm also saying that Street found it. And I'm also saying that everybody found a chest. You found the lure. Great. Enjoy it. Nobody's trying to fight you on the solve. Nobody cares. Oh, Zozo. Zozo's got his answers as well. You're saying Zozo's wrong. You're definitely saying Zozo's wrong because you're saying you're right. And you're saying Bill's wrong, and you're saying Street's wrong, and you're saying Troy's wrong, and you're saying Trust is wrong because your solver's right. And you're all saying exactly the same thing. And nobody cares about the other person's solve. That's it. That's how the chase is. Nobody cares about the other person's solve because their solve is correct. And yet Forrest said, don't tell me you found a chest. I don't need to know your name. Read me what the poem says. And you still say you found a chest? Well, great. 50 of you found a chest. But stop telling us you found a chest because Forrest doesn't want to hear it. And we don't need to hear it because nobody cares. They only care about their own solve. They only care about their own solve. Enjoy your solve. Enjoy it. It's what you have. No, nor will sonnets. You don't understand the history in the Southwest. You don't understand that statement because your solve doesn't take it into it. And, I've seen the solves. It doesn't. Your solve doesn't take into account, go straight to the home of Brown. It's just crazy. It's just crazy stuff. If you focus on finding the chest and its riches, you'll not be. Paul, you could say that till you blue in the face. You could say that till you blue in the face. It won't affect anybody. They will still say that they found it. They found the chest. Even if he says you're not the solver. I found the chest. I must be the solver. I have the correct solve. It's me. Okay, it's you. Thank you, Luli. And I think the same. I think of the people in this chat, in the chase, as my friends. And, I will be happy for any one of them to be the solver. But I can't say you're the solver. And I can't say that you solved the poem if all you're telling me is you found a chest. It doesn't make sense with what Forrest said. Two ends. Not you, Bill. You're not. I told Woodard about the bat in the mirror. Mary's looking for a chest when there was no chest. I did look for a chest. I started out looking for a chest. I'm not looking for a chest. I'm not looking now. There is nothing. I am waiting now. And that's all you can do. Wait. Mary just said Bill 5 and someone else is wrong. No. I've said that other people are saying other people are wrong because they're right. 5 believes he's correct. If he believes he's correct, he's saying you are wrong, Bill. He's saying every other searcher is wrong. I'm not. I don't care. You're all right as far as I'm concerned. But if one person is claiming that they're correct and they have the only solve that is real for the chest, then everybody else is incorrect. According to that one person. According to that one person, everyone else is wrong. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. All the things we can only do. You won't be at believers even if you're videoed. I'm typing. I don't know what that means. Mary just said 4 or 5 searches are wrong. David B. I don't know where you get your information from. I don't say anybody's wrong. I don't know how you can even write those words. Everybody's right. Nobody's giving my full soul. Don't judge a book by its cover. Okay. Go to your private land, do all your stuff, get your sonnets, do all of that, find a chest. Great. Great. Forrest doesn't want to know. Doesn't want to know. And give those things to a child. See how they get on. I have to laugh. Maybe the silver found more than you bargained for. There's absolutely more in there than you would bargain for. You see, I suppose I can say this. There are people that have found the same stuff as I've found, doing different methods. No. Yeah, I found the same stuff, but it's not the same stuff I've talked about. There's other stuff that I won't talk about because other people have them as solves. They're using that method to find a solve. Now, there's stuff in there that, only somebody of a high status would know. Nothing that interests me, but it might interest, people in high statuses. I don't believe I'm correct. I believe you should know the difference as well. I know you are correct in the sense that you found a chest. You're right. You found a chest. There is no denying it. Absolutely none. None at all. There is no denying it. You found a chest with the brilliant cipher that is available in the poem with all the information that comes with that. But you found a chest. That chest that you found, Forrest isn't bothered about. That was just a lure. That chest that you found, Forrest is not bothered about. And he told you that. You don't want to listen to that. You want to keep saying the same things. That your cipher is the best. Great, it's the best. And if it won, you will get what you deserve. Why the fuck are you still saying the same things? I don't get it. Unless you're paid to just be obstropulous, or whatever the word is. The Beatles, dear Forrest. I just lost 2 subscribers. Yeah, no worries. I didn't do this for subscribers. I didn't do it to be famous. I didn't do it to be liked. I didn't do it to make money. Believe what you want. Yes, and that's what I did. That's exactly what I did, Tigger. See, what I did was I asked in the one voice that you're supposed to, with your heart and mind. Ask in the one voice. Ask and ye shall receive. They believe as you. If they repeat something else you believe, don't simply share them. Yes, one correct path to the cipher. Got it. That finds a chest. But what if you can find something more? Doing what you do. Paul. We do not have the soul. Paul's good. I don't know why you're having a go at Paul. If I read the poem and Jesus is the narrator, changes everything. Well, Forrest did say a higher hand, and it's easy to believe that Forrest had help. It's easy to believe that. Some people believe Moses wrote the 10 Commandments because he came down with the tablets, but he didn't, and he doesn't understand them because he didn't write. There's no question the cyber rates change goes on easy. That's why we're here. That's exactly why we're here. Yes, I agree with you 100%. I don't know why he keeps trying to get me to believe you. I believe you. I told you I believe you. I told you yes. I've told you yes. But I'm telling you, if your argument is you found a chest, no, stop saying it. If your argument is something else, then I'll listen to that. But if your argument is you found the chest, stop saying it. Because Forrest says, don't tell me you found the chest. If your argument with the cipher is that you found the chest, don't tell me you found a chest. If your argument is something else with the cipher, then I'll listen to that. But this argument that you found a chest with the cipher, when Forrest says, don't tell me you found a chest, is null and void. And that goes with every solve that involves a chest. Every solve that involves a chest that you found using the method, which is right. You found a chest using the method that you used. You found a chest. Can you read me what the poem says? It's that simple. Now, either you're paid to keep saying all these things that make absolutely no sense, and you're trying to get information out of me that makes absolutely no sense, because that's never going to happen, then I don't know why you keep saying the same things. Because you're banging your head against a brick wall. You will get the same information from me that I've given you, and you'll get information that I wish to give you. and not information that you want. It's that simple. Now, you'll solve people in chat that say you found a chest. I agree. You did. You did. It's very possible. I see the solve. I understand the solve. I know how you found a chest. But that chest, Forrest is not interested in. The people that I'm speaking to. Don't tell me you found a chest, Forrest said. If you found a chest, it don't matter. Forrest ain't bothered. He's not concerned. He doesn't want to know your name. He doesn't want to know you found a chest. He just wants you to read what the poem says. You read to me in the cipher what the poem says. Maybe. If you read to me and telling me that your cipher took you to the Dinosaur National Monument in Colorado, no, because I can get there using that cipher or just using the words in the poem that are OD, which tells me to go by way of the dinosaur. But doing all of that, Five, going by way of the dinosaur, if you don't believe me, look it up. OD. I'll give you all the information. OD, going by way of the Dinosaur National Monument. I have been there in those souls. No, because it's not right straight to the home of Brown. You have to understand that statement. You have to know why that statement is so important to Forrest when he says, if you know the home of Brown, why are you worried about where warm waters halt? There is nowhere warm waters halt without the home of Brown. There is no home of Brown without where warm waters halt. There is no blaze without the home of Brown, and there is no blaze without warm waters halt. It's all one. I've told you 100 times. 100 times. 100 times. They're not my words. They are not my words. They are Forrest Fenn's words. My reasoning, Forrest Fenn's words. Go to the home of Brown. Go to the home of Brown. Now, I say it this way. I'm not angry with you. I just don't believe that you can be as ignorant as you're being. And it's funny. It's funny that you say these things and you make me out to be stupid. And I'm listening to you say the same thing over and over, but you don't hear what I say. Sorry, bro. I don't have to explain. Keep playing through bullshit and losing bias to pay. I don't. Okay. It's complicated. And the blueprint is difficult. We don't need to be poor. Isn't that why you keep asking? Oh, there are dino tracks on the home of Brown, close to Troy Solve. Just saying, acquired. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Nikki. Dino. Is that from the Flintstones? When I say Bill is the solver, those are Forrest Fenn words, not my words. Okay. So Forrest Fenn said it. Right? Great. You won't get an argument off me because what I think is irrelevant. What everybody else thinks is irrelevant. The chase will end. It will end. And if you are owed anything, you will get something. Excuse me. And if you're not owed anything, you won't get nothing. That's it. That is it. Why are you worried? My reason for being on here is to say, don't worry. If you think you're going to get something and you're owed something, you will get it. If you think that this is a shit show, it isn't. If you think that Forrest screwed you, he didn't. If you just read what the poem says, you will know that. That's my reason for being here. But if you want to attack me, if you want to ridicule me, go ahead. Go ahead. It's not going to hurt me. It's not going to hurt me. I've done what I can. I've done what I want to do. I'm in here for Forrest. It will happen. It will end. You will get answers. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That doesn't matter. But I'm not I am not telling you I am the solver. I am telling you, here is information that I have given you. And in it, if you took a little time, you might be able to read the poem. And you would not worry about the chase, because you would know the chase is taking care of itself. Now, that's what I've tried to give you. I've tried to give you peace of mind without compromising Forrest Fenn. Now, I hope that I've done it right. I hope that I've not compromised Major Forrest Burke Fenn in the things that I've said. And I hoped that there would be people who I have helped in respect of believing in Forrest Fenn, believing that everything that he said was true, believing that he will make it happen, and believing that you have not been shafted. That's why I'm doing this. Now, it's not easy to balance the two, to try and tell you something and to try and not tell you nothing. You don't have to believe it. I don't care. I care more about Forrest Fenn making it happen than I care about whether you believe what I say or not. If it helps, it helps. It's meant to help. If it doesn't help, I don't care. I don't care. Because this try was sincere. My try, this try, is sincere. The try in solving the poem is sincere. The belief in Major Forrest Burke Fenn is sincere. The belief in the chase is sincere. You don't have to believe it. I don't care. I don't care. You will get whatever you deserve if you deserve it. For those people who think it's a shit show, it's not a shit show. And that you dare to say that it is, should be ashamed. You should be ashamed that you dare to say that it is. That you haven't tried to figure out the poem. And the best you could do is find a chest and call Forrest names and make out that this is fraudulent. I have few points to keep track of. Okay, you can say and think what you do. It doesn't make no difference to. Forrest has his answers. Whoever solved it was 2020, not 2024. And the chase will end when the spot is, realized and is not going to be damaged. And maybe you have 30 days when you know that you have it. Something will end the chase. Something will end it. Something will end it. And if you know you have it, wait 30 days. Because there's a lot to think about. That's all you need to know. That's all you need to know. Read me what the poem says. When you know you have it, wait 30 days. Don't do anything. That's all you need to know. You attacking me doesn't change your solve. It doesn't change it. You attacking me does not change what happened in 2020. You not believing me doesn't change it. You shouting that your solve is the only solve that can do it doesn't change it. Because it's not me you have to convince. I don't care. You're right. I've told you you're right. The only person you had to convince was Forrest in 2020 or 2019 or whenever Forrest knew what he needed to know. That's all that matters. You're either right or you're wrong. No, you're either right or you're correct. There is no wrong. You're either right or you're correct. If you're correct, if you're right, I don't know what Forrest had planned. I don't know what Forrest had planned if you were right. And you're all right. So it goes. Bible is invalid and the stories were written to induce fear. Look at me, I've kept cool for like a year because I saw Cyber working. It's winning. Meanwhile, you are falling apart. I'm not falling apart. That's the one thing that I'm not. I've just told you. I have no concerns about the chase. I believe in the person that set it up. I believe in the poem used. And I believe where we are supposed to be. We are there. You're the one that's falling apart. You believe that it's all fake. You believe you've been stitched up. I don't believe that. The poem doesn't say that. Doesn't tell me that at all. Doesn't tell me that at all. Now, I'm here to put out information and find out what sort of people are in the chase community. I don't need to have any information off anybody. I can follow the chase at my own leisure. There is nothing I need from Shiloh. There is nothing I need from Ben. There is nothing I need from K-Pro. There is no one that can tell me the state of the chase. No one that can tell me the state of the chase that I won't already know. And I'm waiting. And you don't accept any of them, you are part of the problem. Division and separation. Wait 13,000 days. Yeah, wait another 1,300 days of bad behavior. Yeah, okay. Well, your waiting went out of the window, didn't it, Trusted? You gave us a date and it passed. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. It doesn't matter. It does not matter who validates your soul. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's done. It's over. You could get 8 billion people to verify the cipher is the best solve. But there's only one person, only one, the 2 people maybe. Depends how you look at it. At the most 2. At the most 2 that can tell you if in 2020 you were correct. No one else matters. No one. No one. No one else matters. No one. Let's work back with that. She needs to stop and chase global fall before so. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's in the poem, Zozo. That's an important word in the poem. Are you just talking about something in chat, or do you know something? If they do away with paper money soon, it will end. Digger. Words of wisdom. The state of the chase is FUBAR. Well, excuse me. I don't agree with that statement. Sorry, Tigger. The searching ended a long time ago, but the chase is continuing. The chase will continue, and there'll be promise of new discoveries, etc., etc., etc. So the chase, Forrest didn't end the chase shittily. This chase has not ended. The search ended a long time ago, but the chase didn't end. And other stuff that, I don't want to say. But that's just it, Trusted. You don't need to worry about what Charlotte puts out. You don't need to worry. If you solve the poem, you know certain bits of information because the poem has told you the bits that you need to know. And now you wait for the actions of that. So, if I were to hazard a guess, probate, fun and answers. So, if I was just to hazard a guess, I've posted what I know. You keep rebuking most. Me? No, I'm saying you're right, Zozo. Everybody's right. You have a chest. There is no. Mary told me David put out. Did I? No. I thought I said you put out. I didn't say David put out. So who do you think the solver will choose for the who and the where? Who do I think the solver? It's not going to choose. They're already the who and the where. See, that was the important thing that Forrest said, and nobody seemed to pick up on. The who. Well, if the solver's standing there, he doesn't need to say the who. You know what I mean? Solver. But if the solver's telling you who the who is, then you had to find who the who was. Who is the real Forrest Fenn? You had to find that. But you had to find Forrest because he told you to. I dare you to come find me. So in your solve that you have for a chest, you had to know who Forrest was. And you had to find Forrest. And you had to read me what the poem says. You had to do all those things. If you found a chest and only found a chest, you couldn't do those things. But I don't think you're worried. Who said you were worried? I didn't say you were worried. I didn't say you were worried. I said you're right. All you have to do is wait for Forrest to tell you if you're correct. That's all you have to do. You don't have to shit on anybody's party. You don't have to belittle anyone. You don't have to shout at anybody. You don't have to say they're wrong and you're right. They don't have to do all of this. None of it. You just talk about the chase, mull over ideas, and wait. That's it. But I can assure you now, Forrest wanted somebody that was meek, that would follow him, not a maverick who tried to beat him, because there was no chance of that. Now, if you fit into that maverick category, you didn't do it. You didn't do it. If you think you beat Forrest Fenn, if you think you beat him and didn't follow him, you didn't do it. Impossible. It was a very bright moon. Woohoo! Light moons, they're good. Forrest said I don't like him and they worked for him. And now it's working. I don't know what that means. When he doth the hat. Yes. You have told us more times than I've been saying the things that I've said, Bill. You said that. And if it's correct, Bill, you can stop saying it now. Because if it's correct, you will get the reward that you deserve. But you saying it over and over and over and over and over and over won't change. It won't change it. It won't change what happened in 2020. Now, if you're paid to say these things, if you're paid to say them, fair enough, I understand it causes chaos. Great, good stuff. If you're not paid to say it, oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. So you disagree that Saul would get to choose the who and the where? Who the soul? No, I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I told you had to know who it was. I don't disagree with it. You have to know who it is. You had to know who it was, and you had to find them. Nothing to do with disagreeing with it, who it is, or choosing who it is. I'm saying you had to find somebody. Find that somebody. But that somebody better be the same person. Better be the same person as to why Forrest put the hairs in there. Because you have to know who the crazy fool is that did this thing. I can't do a very good Forrest Fenn. But you have to know that. You have to know who that crazy fool is. Without them hairs. Without them hairs in the chest. In your soul, you have to know who the crazy fool is. Who did this thing. Now, the who and the where is up to the finder. If you have to know who the crazy fool is, why is that up to the finder? Knowing who the crazy fool is just whether you will say who that fool is. Are you happy now, trusted? Don't think there is anything that I don't know about the poem. And don't think there is anything that you can tell me that I won't know. The who and the where? No. The who is the crazy fool that did this thing. That is the who. The where is where this thing should be and why you agreed to say Wyoming. And that is up to the finder. But there is no choice about the who. Trusted. There is no choice about the who. Because the who did it. The who is the person that did it. Whether you will say who the person is another matter. So you need to work on how you talk to people. The who is the person that did it. That's not up to the finder. That who, that person did it. That's not up to the finder. Whether you will say who that person is, that's up to the finder. So, don't think that I don't know stuff, because I know stuff. I'm going to have to go now anyway. It used to be then. Now Forrest isn't here to. The poem, exactly, Tigger. The poem tells you. The poem tells all the answers. And as Trusted was saying, the who and the where. But it isn't up to the finder. The who can only be the person that set it up. Forrest was saying it's up to the finder whether he tells you the who. You don't choose who the finder is. You don't choose who it is. You don't choose who it is. It is who it is. It is who it is. But you can choose whether to tell people who it is. I'm a fool for getting into all this. Do I win? Absolutely. Absolutely. You're the fool that set it up. Great. Do it the time finder so that idiots could piece together how he'd escape, solve it. Okay. These people keep coming up with statements about, these different things which don't matter. I don't use the poem. Catch of the day. It's the solver that decides the who and the where. Forrest declared that. You just don't understand. I do. 100% understand. You don't understand. The who is not up for debate. The who is the who. The fool that did it, that is the who. Whether the finder says the who and the where is a different matter. But the who is the who. The fool who did it, that's the who. The fool who did it. Because that's what Forrest asked. And that's what he stated. That's why the hairs are in the chest. To tell you the who. To tell you the who. These hairs are to tell you the who. That's not up for debate. The hairs will prove the who. The who is the who. Whether the person will say who the who is another matter. And the who or the where? The where is the reason why you can say it was in Wyoming. You don't have to believe that. You don't have to believe that. But that's what it is. That's what it is. The who is the who. Forrest said, these hairs are so you can know who the who is. How does that make it up to the finder? How does that make it up to the finder? If you have hairs that tell you who it is, got nothing to do with the finder or the solver, unless the finder and the solver are one and the same. And then, so I know exactly who the who is. I know exactly where the where is. And I'm not telling you, I'm not telling anyone. But those hairs are to tell you the who. So that statement is not for the finder to decide who the who is. It can't be, because the hairs are going to show you who the who is. The finder can't choose who the who is, because the who are the hairs in the chest, or the vase, or whatever you want to call it. That's who the who is. There is no choice who the who is. The hairs are to prove who the who is. You can't choose. Oh yes, this is the answer. This is the who. The hairs prove who the who is. The hairs prove who the who is. How does somebody get to choose who the who is if the hairs prove who the who is? How do you get to prove who the who is? How do you get to choose that? It's not up to anybody who the who is if the hairs prove who that is. Can they? Oh, great. Okay, they can pick anyone they want. Well done. Pick anyone you want. But I can tell you now, those hairs only belong to one person. Well, two people maybe. But those hairs won't belong to just anybody. You can't just pick anybody, because not anybody set up the chase. Somebody set up the chase. It wasn't just anybody. I don't get what you're saying. You can pick who the who is. The hairs are to prove who the who is. How the fuck can, if I solved it, how can I choose some random person or figure or historic, whatever you want to work out? The who is the person who the hairs belong to. There is no choice. There is no choice. But you can choose to say whether it is that person, and you can choose to say where it was found. But you can't choose who those hairs belong to. It doesn't happen, trusted. You cannot choose who those hairs belong to. I don't know why people say the things they do. They just don't listen. Forrest put the hairs in there to prove who it was. How is it left up to somebody who solved it to say who it was? Don't know. I don't get it. No, I'm just winding these people up. I'm trying to pretend that they're getting to me really sorry. It's fun, you know. If I talk like this, they take no notice. And if I shout and scream, they take no notice. But the whole point of the chase is to listen. Not tell people. I'm listening. These people are writing stuff and I'm listening to it. And I'm telling them factually, Forrest said, put some hairs in the chest so we would know who the fool was that did this crazy thing, that abandoned this opulent cache, or whatever the words were. So there is no choice. There is no choice. There are hairs in the chest that tell you who it is. How can you go against that? This is DNA, a DNA of who did this. So if you are the solver, you can't go against the DNA. There is no choice. But you can choose to say who it is, or you can choose not to say who it is. I don't know where they come up with the information. It's funny. It's funny. But it has belonged to one of these dogs. Maybe, Tigger. Maybe. It's so late for Mara. He's getting delirious. Yes, absolutely. Time for bed. The problem is that. Same stuff. Nobody listens. In 100 or 1,000 years, no one would know who the person was. They don't need to know. Well, they just know the name. Yeah. If not for my name, I would have nothing. The name, that name will be remembered. More than the Rosetta Stone. I don't know who the bloke was who did the Rosetta Stone. But if I'm around in 1,000 years, I know who that hair belongs to. 100%. I would know who that hair belonged to. I don't know who did the Rosetta Stone, But if I was around in 1,000 years, you'd know. Clarence Thomas had to get Congress involved with the hair on a coffee cup. So the who played the old in Seattle Minorities. The hair in the jar was Forrest and not the solvers. Forrest clearly stated the solver gets to state the who and the where. It's not my opinion. Trusted, you're trying to make it fit your solve. The reason the hairs are in there are to prove the person that did the chase. They're to prove the person that did the chase. That's what they're there for. Who abandoned this opulent cache? What you're saying doesn't make any sense. It's to prove the person that abandoned this opulent cache. There is no choice. Somebody set the chase up. Somebody set it up, and we will know who that somebody is through the DNA of that hair. Not talk about solver or anybody. I'm talking about the person who set the chase up. Now, that person that set the chase up. They set it up. They set it up. They set it up. And the hair's there to prove that they set it up. They were the person that set it up. The hairs are to prove that they set it up. So you choosing somebody else, apart from the person that set it up, they set it up. Now, what you can choose is whether you say who that is. You can choose to say who that is, or you can choose not to say who that is. And you can choose to say where it was, and you can choose not to say where it was. That's what you can choose. If you know who it is, you can choose to say who it is. Well, I choose not to say who it is. Even though I know who it is, and I don't need the hairs to tell me who it is, I'm not choosing who it is. That is the person who set it up. That's the person who set it up. The person whose hairs it belonged to. That's the person who set it up. And I choose not to say who that is. And I choose not to say where it is. Now, if you think something different, fine, great. And you will know, the same as everybody else, when the chase starts. You will know then. And if you're correct, you will get it. But jumping up and down, screaming, saying I'm wrong, won't make any difference to 2020. Even though your soul finished in 2013 or whatever, won't make any difference to 2020. It won't. It won't make any difference. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying here's my opinion of why there are hairs. And that opinion is based on what Forrest Fenn said. The hairs are to tell everyone who this crazy fool was that did it. So the hair belongs to somebody special who set the chase up. Not any random person. The person who set the chase up. That's my understanding of it. If you don't believe that, fine. Great. We agree to disagree. Great. My understanding is somebody set it up. You had to find that somebody. And that somebody is set in stone. It ain't going to change. The person who set it up set it up. And you can say who it is, and you don't have to say who it is. No. Why? Why? No. It ain't going to work. All of this bull that you throw out is not. When I finish here, I'll go straight to sleep. I'm not as wound up as you think I am. I'm not as upset as you think I am. I'm merely playing the game. The same game that it seems you lot are playing. Is what it is. Tiny print in the jar with the hair art. You know, that in itself, I took it out because I thought it was too personal. Memoir, biography, autobiography. So the hair, well, that was personal. But could Forrest talk about somebody else or talk about himself? Or did he have to take it out because it was an autobiography or a biography or a memoir? Because they relate to different people doing different things. So maybe you could understand why he took it out, because it was too personal. You see, simple little things like that Forrest says tell you what the hair is for. Opinions and creativity got us in this mess. They are not needed. No, you just have to follow in Forrest's footprints. He told you. My family don't want to follow in my footprints. Who will? Who will follow in my footprints? Will it be all you people who are the alphas? Wow, I did it. Will it be all the alphas? Or will it be somebody meek who will follow in Forrest's footprints? Which is what he asked. But you didn't want to follow in his footprints because you have the resolve. You have the soul. You did it. You did it. No. You have to follow in those footprints. You have to understand. Anybody that went on their own, anybody that chose their own path, anybody who didn't look at the first line of the poem screwed themselves over. They screwed themselves over. Then, if you didn't follow that up with more of the first line and the second line, you screwed yourself over again. Because if you look in the top of the poem, you will see lost. You will see that you went down the wrong street and you used your own bias and you weren't supposed to. In the first two lines, you were told you were lost. In the first two lines. But you can't read the poem, so you don't know. Is what it is. Jack Murphy said, who Forrest was and who people think he was. That's two different people. Listen to it. You will see. Same DNA. Same DNA. That's the whole point. Find out who the real Forrest Fenn is. Find out who the real Forrest Fenn is. That's all you had to do. But you didn't just have to find out who the real Forrest Fenn was. You had to find me. I dare you to come and find me. As above, so below. Your first venture into the poem was the 9 clues and the I. Now, look at the poem the way that it's done, that I do it. Look quickly down. Look quickly down from that. Look quickly down and find the blaze. Find Forrest. Because you know what? Forrest went in there. Forrest went in there alone, that I. If you look down, it's exactly the same. N, E, I, N, T, it. Begin it. N, I, N, E. Where it says begin it is 9. The I in 9. The I in 9. The I in 9. Oh, is that the blaze? And when you find the blaze, are you wise? Absolutely are wise. And your wish is granted. And you have found I. Because Forrest told you to find I. In the first line. In the first line. But you didn't want to find I. You wanted to find a chest. Or you want some beautiful, great, imaginative solve. Okay? I just wanted to follow Forrest. That's all I wanted to do. I want to listen to Forrest and I want to follow in his footprints. And that's what I did in the poem. And guess what? I found him. You lot say he's not in the poem. I say he is. I say he is. And I say I found him. And I say I know who he is. And I say I know what this is about. And you don't have to believe it. You don't have to believe it. I don't care whether you believe it or not. And I'm not saying I'm the solver. Somebody might have beat me to it. Because there are other things to find in there. And they may have beat me to that. And it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, it's not about you and it's not about me. The leftovers of history, Forrest. His story in the Southwest, his story in the Southwest. Know it. Know it. Know why it's Wyoming. Know it. It won't change. I know why it's Wyoming. I know who it is. I know why it is. I know it. I could be wrong. It doesn't matter because it's not about me. If it was about me and I think that I'm right in 2020, I'd have said it. If it's about me. But it isn't about me. It never was about me and it never was about you. Because if you read the book, as I keep saying, if you read the book and you read page 15, you would know that Forrest didn't put a chest out there for you to find. He was going to make something happen. He was going to take his first flight to where even memory has not been. Those steps for his first awareness, his costs were making a profit. He took you all the way through, all of it. All of it. You don't have to believe it, I don't care. But Forrest will make it happen, and you will get what you deserve. Good or bad, you will get what you deserve. So why are you worried about trying to convince people? I'm not trying to convince you of anything. You don't have to believe me. I don't know how many times I can tell you don't have to believe me. I'm giving you information. It's not a solve. It's not a solve. It is not a solve. It's certainly not a solve about a chest. But it is information, and it's good information. And if you listen good, you may learn something. I could be wrong. But the information that we have, no. So, and I don't care. You may think that I'm angry. I'm not angry. I just play the game. That's my question of how did FF know the searcher's names? But that's exactly what I say. How did he? How did he? You're just saying what I say. And you're saying I'll take it off street and blah, 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 blah. You're saying what I say. These are the words that I say. I won't know that. How will I know that? Maybe if I ask the poem, Forrest may tell us. I don't know how he knew these things. I wish I did. I wish I did. I wish it wasn't such an ordained, what's the word? Ordained. The poem was ordained or written by a higher hand. That's how it seems. If you can answer it, Bill. I don't know. That's exactly what I said. The Daniel Barbarisi, probably a little kid. Jonathan Stoof, probably a little kid. Taylor Swift, probably a little kid. You know, that Forrest knew these names. I know. K-Pro would have been young as well. Sasha would have been young as well. These people are in the poem that Forrest knew were going to be in the chase. I don't know how. Yes, see you, Lily, I'm going now. It's just these people keep dragging me in a bit more, streaming light, alluded to the point of thinking he'd change minds. I don't bother if anybody believes me or not. I do not bother. The only people that bother if people believe him are the people that found a chest, because they keep saying it in chat. I don't care if you believe me. I don't care if you believe me. The information's there to give you peace of mind. If you don't want peace of mind and you still believe you found a chest, carry on believing you found a chest. I don't care if you believe me. And I'm not saying I'm the solver. I'm saying here's information. This is not a solve. It's information for you to look at. It's information for you to read. You can read it. You can read it. If you took the time, you could read it. You could read what the poem says. You could read it. But nothing to do with the solve. Just information about the chase. Read it. I'm telling you, you just don't know. To say God is on the poem and he is a messenger of God. No, I'm not trusted. I'm not trusted. This is not for me. It's not about me. I'm not trying to say I'm the solver. I'm not trying to claim any limelight, unlike you lot who think you have the solve, who think you found the chest, who think you deserve something. I'm not doing any of those things. I'm saying, here's information, and I believe you are all right. You found a chest. You all found a chest, all of you. And you, all of you, think that the only person that found the chest with the right way to find the chest. All of you. Now, you're either paid to say this bullshit, or your gold fever is worse than mine. That's all I can say. Because Forrest probably said it, I don't know, 50, 60 times a day. Don't tell me you found a chest. Why do you still say you found a chest? When you know and you state that it's a lure, which means it's not what you're supposed to be finding. Well, how have you solved the poem if you found something that is only the lure and you don't know what the real thing is? How does that say you solved the poem? What? That's crazy. So you see, I don't want any credit. I don't want to sound the solver. I say, here's information, and I believe you're all right. All of you, thanks, well done. You found a chest, all of you. And I know you found it because the poem says you found it. And I know it's your solve because the poem says it's your solve. Now, how can I read the poem that well? Because Forrest told you how to read the poem. Forrest told you how to read the poem. And his statement is, don't tell me you found a chest. Don't tell me your name. Read me what the poem says. If that doesn't fit into your solve, then maybe your solve is not correct. It fits into my solve. It fits into Davy's solve. But if it doesn't fit into your solve, maybe you didn't solve it. Maybe you found a chest. And I agree you did. I know you did, because it says so in the poem. It's the same chest that was at Heritage, that was in the Thrill of the Chase, that is Forrest's, that says you're right. Because when you spell heritage, you can use the word right. So you're all right. You're all in that area. You all have that chest, but guess what? It's on the wrong side of the map. Because from the very first two lines, you were lost. Because you went on your own. You didn't follow Forrest. You didn't walk in his footprints. There is the issue for you. But you had a chance to redeem yourself, because in the poem it says there's a way to know you're wrong. If you are wrong, or if you are right. And if you get lost, go back to the beginning. Now, at that point where it says there's a way to know if you're wrong or right, it says from there, at that point, from there, it's no place for the meek. Well, all you brave young men, all you stout-hearted young men, all of you blustering alpha males that think that you solved it, you found a chest. Can't fault you. You found a chest. But guess what? You weren't supposed to go past there's no place for the meek. You weren't supposed to go past it. You weren't supposed to go past it. You were supposed to let Forrest show you the way. But you had a chance to turn around then. You had a chance to know if you were wrong or right. And you had a chance to turn around. And if you got lost, go back to the beginning. But you didn't. You carried on. You didn't need Forrest. You could do this without Forrest. You didn't need him. But those people that are meek, those people that don't mind following, that don't have to lead, that don't have to be in the limelight, that don't have to take all the credit, those people, probably very few of them, decided, well, hang on a minute. Poem says, follow the leader, leader, follow the leader. Oh, Forrest was a guide. Why did he tell us he was a guide? Forrest told us he was a guide. What was the story about that? Better go back to the beginning. Oh, look. The beginning leads to warm waters halt. Thanks, Forrest. Where do we go next? Thanks. See, that's how it worked. Yeah, I've got to go. I was 36 or 37. Oh, that sounds like Forrest, 79 or 80. Oh, even that. Even that. Even that. Just this last thing. How old was Forrest when he went? When he passed? Forrest was going to choose his own age. How old was he? 90. 90. He was 90. What is it in the first line? As I have gone alone in there. Oh, it was 90. 9 clues, precisely. 90. And you can find him at 90. 90. Neint. 90. Forrest was going to choose. Forrest was going to choose. And he said he's going to add on another year. What if the chase ends and then Forrest adds on another year? What if the poem says that? I wonder if I read the poem and it says that. So Forrest left us at 90. As I have gone alone in there. At 90? You don't have to believe me. It's there, read it. Not there, but in the poem, read it. 90. 90. 90. Information's there for you. You don't want to read it. That's up to you. Forrest did say someone, follow the 9 clues precisely. And it led to the exact spot. Because you had to find him. You have to find him. You have to be wise. Not just find, you have to find me. Sorry, you have to find me, because that's what he said. I dare to come find me. So you have to find me. Me. If you don't see a piece of yourself in the mirror. Me. Poem. Me. Read me. What it says in the poem. Well, you know what? The way that it's set up in the poem, the way that I read it, guess what the poem says? The poem says me. You don't have to believe me. Read it. Have a look at one of my things and see if it says me. And see if I'm lying. I'm not lying. The poem says me. Read me what the poem says. The poem says me. The poem says me. It says other stuff along with me. My war for me. Find me. You won't listen. It don't matter. Forrest knew you wouldn't listen. He said in the poem. Told me in the poem you wouldn't listen. Told me. The searchers from the United States of America. You don't have to believe it. I don't care. But you do have to believe Forrest Fenn. You do have to believe in the Maverick. You do have to find me. You do have to be wise and found the blaze. You do have to do those things. You do have to know your wish has been granted. You have to do those things. You have to do those things. And you have to understand those things. And if you don't, sorry, can't help you. But if you learn to read the poem, you would understand why read me what the poem says means. You would understand it. There would be no confusion. You would understand everything that's happened with Jack. No confusion. You would understand everything that happened with Heritage. No confusion. And now, you would understand why Jack can tell his story. You would understand that. And you would understand all of the stuff that is written in that statement. You would understand all of that. And it wouldn't bother you. And you wouldn't go, oh, look, more bullshit. This bullshit, it's information. That if you could read the poem, all good. So I'll leave it there. You're just not deciding to follow the poem precisely. Lead to the end of my rainbow and the treasure. Even that. Lead to the end of my rainbow. You don't even know what that is. You have a solve that doesn't involve the rainbow. That doesn't involve the treasure. That involves a chest. 90 plus. Well, it says 90 in the poem, but yeah, 90. Oh, I've picked on you, have I? I've told you you're right. I've told you found a chest, and I've picked on you. Blimey. Just think if I got mad and I said some bad things. Wait a minute. But the end is that. Oh, yes. Very nigh. It's more nigh now, Zozo. More nigh now. Really nigh. Nigh. But don't say nothing. Impose an NDA on yourself. Read the poem. Read me what the poem says. Read me what the poem says. If it's fake, it's fake. Bill, what the flying fuck are you worried about? If you are the solver, Bill, why are you worried? Why are you worried if you're the solver? Because when it ends, you'll get what you're entitled to. You'll get it. You don't have to convince anybody. Trusted doesn't have to convince anyone. Street doesn't have to convince anyone. Five Leaf doesn't have to convince anyone. It's done. 2020, it was done. It was finished. It was over. Nothing anyone can do is going to change that. Forrest is going to make it happen. Whoever the person is that did what Forrest wanted, we'll find out that they're the person that did what Forrest wanted. And I will be the first person to congratulate them for helping Forrest in his endeavor. I will be the first person. But first and foremost, you should be wanting Forrest to make it happen. That's it. That's all you need to worry about. Because if Forrest makes it happen, you get what you're all screaming for. That's it. End of. You don't have to convince anybody anything. I am giving you information. I'm not telling you about a solve. I'm giving you information that you can choose to use or choose not to use, like or dislike. I don't give a flying fuck. I don't care. None of what you say really bothers me. I like to wind you up a bit with the stressing the stuff and that. And when I put capital letters in my chats, it's not shouting. It's me talking like this so you listen and hear what I'm saying and take in what I'm saying. There's no shouting going on. There's just, you are not listening. There's no point me saying anymore. That audio is fake. It's fake. What are you worried about it for? Why are you worried about it? The people that shout the most, those people that protest too much, may have something wrong. If you're protesting the way that you are, like I say, you're either paid, ain't going to bother me. If you're paid to try and wind me up, fine. If you're not paid, fine. It still ain't going to wind me up, because nothing you can say or do, nothing, will change what happened in 2020. Not for you and not for me. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And if I'm correct, I'm correct. And nothing I can say now will change what happened in 2020. And nothing you can say or do now will change that. If 8 billion people accept your solve, it don't matter. It doesn't matter. Because it's not about them. And it's not their choice. Nothing they can say will change what happened and was done in 2020. Nothing. So all your shouting, all your postulating, all of your I am correct and you are wrong won't change anything. Certainly won't affect me. When I finish here, I'll go sleep. That's it. Won't bother me. I won't have any offense. I won't be angry with anyone. I'll just be me. So, but I will go now. I appreciate that, you want to keep telling me that I'm wrong and that I'm slating you and stuff like that. So just imagine that you are. Imagine that I'm taking it all in. And, I'm having a really bad time with it. Forrest told me they were all crazy but worth paying. Mario shouts them more than Josh Jordan. Oh dear, what a shame. All fools. Bill was right. The Mario needs an ass. You're quite welcome, Bill. You're quite welcome to try. You are quite welcome. Don't faze me. Even if I got an ass whooping, even if you could in any of those dreams that you have, even if you could, guess what? It doesn't change what happened in 2020. It doesn't change it. Nothing you say now, nothing. Anybody. Doesn't matter what anybody says. It's not going to change what happened in 2020. If you don't want to hear what's being said, it's fine. It's fine. You don't have to hear. You don't have to be here. If you're here to push your agenda, fine. I don't mind. I don't mind. So, all good. Yeah, I don't say you're not an American patriot. Does that mean you should be the solver because you live in America? Shame on you, Bill. Shame on you. Well, I live in America. I should be the solver. What? All right, Mary show is going to go on and on and on. I'm not interested. I'm only going on because you lot can't let go. But I'm going now. Thanks, Nikki. See you later. Listen, nobody, whatever they say, whoever agrees with them, it's not going to make any difference. You will know when the time is right. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate talking to you. If you don't like what I'm saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't care, but I'm sorry. Hello, magnetic universe. You could probably roll the chicken bones with a grid of Moby Dick and get the same results. Maybe. But your statement still won't change what happened in 2020. Same people saying the same shit, think that we don't know who they are. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference. Any statement made now, any collaboration or agreement with somebody's soul will not change what happened in 2020. There's the simple truth. And that's all I give you. The simple, precise truth. You don't like it, that's tough. It's tough. Most people don't like the truth. Oh, your hair looks scruffy. Oh, that's not very nice. No, but it's the truth. Most people don't like the truth, as you can tell. So, ciao for now. Appreciate your comments. Thanks, Trusted. Yeah, thanks for your laughs as well. See you later. Happy days.